Whilst we're still waiting for Advocate Ngumenzulu, I've informed my colleagues that yesterday we did indicate that the evidence in chief of this witness is finalized, that about 3 aspects, my lord, that we request permission to take up with the witness before cross-examination commences.
Have you discussed it with your colleagues?
Yes, I've informed them that I just need to clarify.
What's the attitude?
Well, I really haven't canvassed.
So what did you discuss?
I just merely informed them, but I didn't get any indication that there'll be opposition to that, my lord.
Yeah, make that application formally.
As a court, please, my lord. My lord, yesterday afternoon, the evidence in chief of this witness was finalized. However, there are certain documents that, in fact, the document that I received this morning, my lord, that the witness referred to, that we'd like to hand through this witness and also take up 2 other related matters with the witness.
Yeah, but you say it was finalized.
Well, in the
Was
sense
it cross-examined?
that... No.
Yeah, from the fact that you said no further questions, fine.
Yes, we
But
indicated
was
that...
it thereafter cross-examined by any of the counsels?
Yes, the cross-examination hasn't commenced, my lord.
It hasn't commenced?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Mgomezulu, here's the application.
My lord, I have no objection.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi?
No contest. Thank you, my lord.
Yes.
No objection. Thank you.
Mr. Mtoro?
No objection, my lord.
No objection from this court.
As a court, please, I'm indebted to my learned friends.
Okay, thanks.
I can just report, my lord, that yesterday after the adjournment, we had a very fruitful session with my colleagues. We numbered paginated the exhibits, exhibit NN, as well as exhibit MM, my lord.
Okay.
And we are really indebted to my colleagues for their assistance.
Okay, thanks for assisting the court. Still under oath, Shange, Mr. Buthelezi.
So while you say my pants was phone, where was the sister? Confirmed, my lord.
Gustavo Zungu, yesterday you mentioned that...
Zungu?
I'm sorry, Constable Buthelezi, you mentioned that upon arrival at the police station, Villera police station, a notice of rights was handed to the accused.
Take Villera police station. Incwajana ekhombisa ipheshana likhombisa amalungelo kamsola wani wawona.
Kweqiniso besacela ukucacisa okunye ngazange ngikucacise kahle izolo.
That is true, but I'd like to ask for permission to explain and clarify whatever I did not clarify yesterday.
As a court, please, my lord, there is a request to clarify those aspects. You can clarify those aspects.
Okokuqala ngiphuthanise isikhathi sokuvela ngaphambi kwenkantolo ngo-72 hours instead of not 48 hours.
I made a mistake regarding the limit for the accused to appear before a magistrate. I said it was 72 hours.
48.
Instead of 48 hours.
He said 74 hours. Didn't you say 74?
Unjalo.
Yalalela phela Mr. Sheikh. Yeah, okay, fine. So we are clarifying that you were wrong Incorrect.
ukuthi manje ufuna nje ukulungisa ukuthi lapho kwenza iphutha.
Ngenza iphutha.
Yes, I made a mistake.
Okay. Yes.
Okwesibili amalungelo mangitshela umangalelo umphenyi wecala ubela eceleni ekhona naye wamtshela.
When I read the suspect his rights, the investigative officer was present and he also read the accused his rights.
Okugcina yiloko ukuthi ngiphambanise icathulo ngithe ubegcoke amachapha ubegcoke ikhavela ubegcoke amachapha wacela ukushintshela kukhavela athi uzogodola.
Well, I also mixed up the description of what he was wearing. He actually was wearing flip-flops and he wanted to change those and wear shoes, branded shoes, Cavella shoes, because he felt he was, with the flip-flops, he was going to feel cold.
Okay.
We just want to show you you've just referred to the notice of rights that were read to accused number 1. We just want to show you a document which my lord will mark exhibit TT1.
TT1.
Yes, TT1. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yeah, I want the exhibit.
Yebo ngiyayibona.
Yes, I do see it.
Yes, can you identify it?
Ungakwazi ukusho ukuthi yini?
Yes, amalungelo akhe anikezwa emaseleni.
It is a notice of rights that he was given when he was inside the cells.
Yes, Mr. Rui.
As the court pleases. It was put to Constable Jonathan by counsel for accused number 1 and 2. That the version of accused number 2 will be as follows, that regarding the incident of the 19th of June 2020 at Moroka Police Station, it was put to Constable Jonathan that there was a device used to electrocute accused number 2 on his stomach, that Constable Jonathan, Mabena, and Butelezi were taking turns exchanging roles during this process. Insofar as this might refer to you, did you in any way participate in any assault on accused number 2?
Ummeli kamsola wesibili nowokuqala nowesibili wabeka kanjena ku Constable Jonathan wathi ngomhla 19 June 2020 eMroka kukhona umshini abawusebenzisa lapho ukuthi ke babambise umsolwa ngogesi, kusho ukuthi lo mshini lona wawulokho kuthiwa ngesilungu electrocution. Manje kuthiwa ke lapho ke wena no Constable Jonathan noma Bena nanishintshisana ngokushokha lo mfana ngogesi.
Akwangamanga lokho.
That is not true.
Ngangingekho phakathi eMoroka mina.
I was not inside in Morocco.
But the proposition that was put was the events that led to the accused appearing at Moroka Police Station, that during that process that accused number 2 was electrocuted, as I've just mentioned to you. What is your comment? Not necessarily at Moroka police station.
Manje lokho kwenzeka ngafika eMoroka police station lokho kwaholela ekutheni agcine umsola eseshokhiwe ngalomshini kagesi utheni ngalo.
Amanga phambi kwale nkantolo ehloniphekile.
Those are lies before this honorable court.
In fact, I think it was put to Jonathan that it was at a dumping site where there were still tanks.
Uthe lapho kwenzeka endaweni la kulahla khona udoti dumping site ngesilungu.
Amanga alihlaza.
Those are green lies.
Yes, thank you. And just finally, you've explained to the court how you arrested accused number 1.
Ichazelile inkantolo ukuthi wambopha kanjani umsolo wokuqala.
When you arrived at Eraton offices,
Noma sizofika lapha ema-office ase-Aeroton,
what was your role there?
kwawuyini umsebenzi wakho lapha?
Ngasho nje ukuthi escorter.
I can just say it was escort.
But were you still actively involved in the process, or what was the position?
Manje ushuthi lapho wawusawenza yini lo msebenzi noma kunjani?
Cha, escorter nje kuphela bavulela indlela.
No, it was just escorting them, just opening the way for them.
Thank you, my lord. Those are the only aspects. Thank you.
Yes, yes, Mr. Mgwezulu.
Mr. Tellers, I've got questions. Firstly, let me just establish on the 30th of May 2020, you reported on duty.
Umhla 30 kuMay 2020 wangena emsebenzini.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
What was your shift on that day?
Shift yakho yayiqala ngesikhathini iphela ngesikhathini ngalelo langa.
La ngangisebenza khona engekho lento ama shift.
Where I was working at the time, we did not have a system of shifts.
Do you mean, are you referring to the unit where you were working, the SWAT unit?
Ukhuluma nge-SWAT unit lo asenza kuyona.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
So Mr. Jonathan also falls under the same SWAT unit.
Shouthi ubaba Jonathan naye wayesenzela yona leyo unit.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
So it means, just to clarify that point, clarification on that aspect is that under that unit, there's not specific time for the changing of the shift.
Because ukuthi kuleyo unit leyo asekho isikhathi sokuthi kushintshaniswe ama-shift.
Yes. Kunjalo.
That is correct.
So you can work from 8 o'clock until 12 o'clock midnight.
So ngaqala ngenzeka ukuqala ukusebenza ngo-8 o'clock uyoshayisa ngo-12 ebusuku.
Makube kunesizathu.
If there is a reason.
All right. Now on the 30th of May 2020, you said you received a call from Sergeant Mukhal.
Uthe ngomhla 30 kuMay 2020 uthe wathola ucingo oluvela kuSergeant Mukhal.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Where were you at that time?
Wawulaphi ngaleso sikhathi?
Bengihamba towards iBoksburg area.
I was traveling towards the Boksburg area.
So upon receiving that call, you then immediately attended to the request by Sergeant Mukhola.
Manje ekutholeni lolo cingo navele nje naqala ukuyokwenza lokho enandicelwa uSergeant Mukholo.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
What car were you traveling with?
Wahamba nhlobo nemoto?
BMW 1 Series.
I was traveling in a BMW 1 Series.
What color was it?
Umbala wayo?
Mhlophe.
It was white.
Is it correct that you were with Sadiq, Sergeant Sadiq?
Iqiniso ukuthi wahamba noSergeant Sadiq?
Constable Sadiq. Yebo.
Constable Sadiq.
Yes, it was Constable Sadiq.
Was Mr. Maphumulo present also?
Maphumulo ayekhona lapho?
Cha.
No, he wasn't.
Okay. So that the content of the conversation was that a warrant or a J50 was issued, it was to be executed. Is that correct?
Nanifanele niyokhipha i-J50 lapho kunjalo.
Kunjalo?
That is correct.
All right. When you arrived in Tembisa, you said you arrived in Tembisa, you had a discussion with Sergeant Mkhola, who showed you this warrant of arrest.
Ten man fika Tembisa na akhuluma no Sergeant Mkhola anikhombisa i-warrant of arrest.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
It reflected the names of the suspect.
Yayibhalwe amagama abasolwa akunjalo.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
So, as we're trying to locate the whereabouts of the suspect, finally you found or you located the place where he was. And you further mentioned that he was located in terms of, according to a description of his clothing. Is that so?
Manje njengoba benisafuna ke umsolo nagcina nitholile ukuthi ulaphi futhi ke naninikiwe ke nencazelo ukuthi ugqoke kanjani.
Kunjalo?
That is correct.
And the place where he was at that time.
Naleyo ndawo ke la ayekuyona ngaleso sikhathi.
Kuyiqiniso.
That is true.
You just made the correction in terms of the shoes he was wearing prior to his approach. You said he was wearing the flip-flops. Is that correct?
Kunjalo?
Yeah, that is correct.
All right. So, when you approach, okay, let me just clarify this as well. These people that you spotted on the standing in the yard of that particular house, how many were they? Were they not three?
Manje labantu nawathola bese egcikeni lapho la enaniyo landa umsolo khona babe ngabangaki labantu babe ngebathathu
Bebababili?
there were two.
All right. My instruction is that there were three. Accused number one and other two gentlemen.
Umsolo ke uqala uthi yena babe bathathu kwakuyena nabanye ababili.
Mhlawumbe usekhohliwe bebabili.
Maybe it's forgotten, but there were just two of them.
All right. Let's just take it step by step. It's fine. Okay. Now you instruct. There's something that you mentioned, which is very fascinating. The tactic that you are using when you're approaching a suspect. You said, is it?
Tactical takedown.
Tactical?
Takedown.
Tactical takedown. So, this tactical takedown, you said the purpose of it is to confuse the suspect. Is that so?
Manje kule tactical takedown okhuluma ngayo kusho ukuthi into ewenza ukuthi umsolwa ahlangahlangane.
Kunjalo?
That is correct.
Okay. In terms of its practicality, how long does this confusion, if maybe you certain that he is now confused, how long does it function on the suspect?
Asikusedidekile ke umsolwa udideka isikhathi esingakanani.
Kuya ngomuntu, ngohlobo lomuntu.
It depends on a person.
Okay, I'll get back to that one. So, but does it have the element of instilling fear as well on the suspect?
Manje kukhona yini nokumesabisa okungenayo lapho?
Ingakho ngithi kuya ngomuntu. Kwabanye ayikho omunye umuntu abe normal akuhlahlela amehlo.
Well, I said it goes according to a person. Some they do not fear, they just stare at you.
But for someone who is surprised by this tactic, it's common that he can be frightened.
Manje kujwayelekile yini ukuthi umuntu mebona lento le bese yamthuso kujwayelekile yini ukuthi afike lokwesapha.
Abona ngeke ngize ngithi ngiyi-expert ngale nto ukuthi umuntu uyafike lokwesapho akafike lokwesapho. Engakusho ukuthi kuhluka ngabantu.
I wouldn't say that I'm an expert on whether the person would feel fear or not, but then It is according to each person.
And as such, say, you are not expected to see if this person is confused when you are implementing that tactic.
No,
I'm not
sure.
saying you are an expert.
Ushuthi awuyena-ke nje nochwepheshe okwazi ukuthi lo muntu lo usedidekile.
inhloso ye-tactical takedown ukuthi umuntu uma approacha umtshela lento omtshela yona ayenze ngaleso sikhathi hayi kumthusa.
The reason we use this tactical takedown is to ensure that a person does whatever you tell them and not to instill fear on them.
Okay, no, it's fine. We'll reserve that one for argument as well. But let's move on. In terms of, all right, now, you ordered these people to come out of the yard, or did they, on their own volition, came out of the yard?
Manje labantu laba wabalayela ukuthi baphume ejaridini noma baziphumela bona ngokwabo.
Akekho waphuma ejaridini balala khona lapha ejaridini.
No, nobody went out of the yard. They laid down right inside the yard.
All right. So, as they were on the ground, that's when you handcuffed accused number one, after having satisfied yourself that his name is Mozi Temba Sibia.
Kusho ukuthi lapho esalele ila wafaka khona umsolwa uZankosi emva ukuthi uzenelise ukuthi uyena uMozi Temba Sibia.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
So his body was facing downwards.
Umzimba wakhe kusho ukuthi wawubheke phansi.
Umzimba yebo.
That is correct.
So he was handcuffed from behind.
Kusho ukuthi ke waboshwa uZankosi ngemuva.
Yebo.
That is correct.
All right. So when he was lifted up, how was he lifted up?
Waphakamiswa kanjani kumese phakanyiswa?
Uye umncedisa umuntu kumphakamisa mase boshiwe.
Once a person has been handcuffed, you are required to actually help them.
In that case, how did you help him?
Manje ngalelo langa wena msiza kanjani?
Umbamba la kuhlala khona ibhande ebhulukweni umphakamisa.
You pick him by his waist.
My instruction is that you lifted him with those handcuffs.
Mina ke ngikuzule ukuthi wena wamdonsa ngabo uZankosi wamphakamisa ngabo.
Ubezolimala uma bekunjalo. Sokuhamanga.
That is a lie, because if had we tried to do that, he was going to be injured.
All right, it's fine. Now you took him to one of the cars that you were traveling with.
Manje nabe siniyamthatha ke nimfaka kulezi imoto enihamba ngazo.
Cha sahamba ngenyawo.
No, we walked on foot.
You said it's less than a kilometer from where he was arrested.
Kusho ukuthi uthe kungaphansi nje kwekilometer la ehlala khona.
Yebo.
That is correct.
Was there any red Golf that was in the vicinity of the area where you arrested him?
Manje ke la eduze la enambophela khona ikhona yini Golf ebovu.
Yebo.
That is correct.
Who was traveling with it?
Ubani ohamba ngale moto?
Sergeant Mkhona.
That was Sergeant Mkhona.
All right. So, have you made any inquiries from the accused, from accused number one, as to, you said you asked him where he stays, he showed you where he stayed.
Uthe umsolo kuqala wambuza ukuthi uhlala phana ikhombisa ukuthi uhlala.
Yebo wasiholela khona.
That is correct. He guided us there.
Did you ask him as to who does he stay with?
Wambuza yini ukuthi uhlala nobani?
Yebo.
Yes, I did.
What was the answer?
Impembulo yakwawe yini?
Wathi umalume.
He said it was his uncle.
Okay. So immediately after he said that, he was not in possession of his identity document.
Manje ke emva kokusho lokho wayengayiphethe inhlanziso yakhe.
Yebo.
That is correct.
All right. You said you proceeded walking to the place where he resides. He resided that
Uthi
time.
navela naqhubeka naye la ehlala khona.
Yebo.
That's
What-
correct.
Was it the only time you went to the place? Was-
Bro, ingaso isona leso sikhathi kuphele naye ngaso la ehlala khona.
Ngokwazi kwami yebo.
According to my knowledge, yes.
All right. Has accused number one ever been taken to Litabong, next to a municipality area?
Usolo kuqala wabathathwa yini wayiso eLithabong eduze kwamasipala?
Cha.
No.
All right. That's my instruction, that after you went to the place where he resides and you did not find his uncle, then you took him with the motor vehicles to Litabong in Tembisa. That's a place around the municipality area.
Ufuthi uthi nathi ke mana mthula malume wakhe lapho ke nasenithatha imisa kule ndawo kuthiwa iseLithaboni engakwamasipala.
Sasingafuni malume wakhe kokuqala.
We were not looking for his uncle for starters.
I'm quite aware of that.
So kwangamanga ke indaba seThabong.
So any issue about the Lithaboni is not true.
We'll get into those conclusions.
Sizofika lapho.
My instruction is that you took him to Litabong. After Litabong, that's when you assaulted him.
Bathi ke umyalelo wami ukuthi nina namthatha namisa eLithaboni emva kwele Lithaboni asengiqala niyamshaya.
Amanga lawo.
That is not true.
Thank you. And I forgot to inform you that my instruction is that it was not only you, Sadike, and Sergeant Mokola
Yalelo wami uthi kwakungewena uSadiki nomhola
when he was arrested.
mezoboshwa.
Ngisaqinisekisa nalokho ukuthi bekuyimina uSadiki uSergeant Mokola ebekhona laphana njengomphenyi wecala.
Well, I want to reiterate that it was me, Sadiki, and Mokola was only there as the investigating officer.
My instruction is that there were 5 people that he saw with civilian clothes
Uthi yena wabona abantu abahlanu bengagqokile uniform
prior to his arrest,
engakaboshwa.
and more or less 8 officers that were in full uniform.
Athi futhi kunamaphoyisa angathi alingana u8 ayigqoke uniform.
Hayi mhlambe bebona abanye.
Maybe you're seeing somebody else.
And you were traveling with 7 motor vehicles.
Futhi nanihamba ngeemoto ezingaba isikhombisa.
Hayi zimbili imoto bezilapho.
No, there were only 2 cars there.
Okay. After Litabong, after he was assaulted, accused number 1 messed up himself.
Bathi emva kokuthi ashawe eLithabong umsolo wosiqala wazingcolisa.
Angikwazi lokho.
I do not know about that.
Yes, because that was a reason for you to take him so that he can change his clothes.
Ngoba iyona ke into eyenza ukuthi niphoqelele ukuthi nimphindisele la ehlala khona ukuthi ayokhumula agqoke okunye.
Uqamba amanga phambi kwalenkantolo akusona isizathu leso.
That is a lie before this court because that was not the reason.
So that means you were so sympathetic to the accused. What was the reason for you to take him to change his clothes? What was the reason?
Ushuthi nani nozwelo kulomsolo kwakuyini isizathu sokuthi nimthathe ukuthi ayoshintsha impahla.
Njengoba bengichazile masimbopha suka naye la simthole khona befake ibruko elibizwa iBrainwood.
Like I said, where we arrested him, he was wearing a trouser which is branded Brentwood.
Ubekhononda ukuthi okokuqala simlalise phansi enhlabathini ngalo Brownwood.
He was complaining, for starters, that we had caused him to lie down in that trouser on the grass.
So you want to tell the court that
Okwesibili ngakaqedi ubenenkinga ukuthi ahambe ayoboshwa agqoke lona lelo brolele iBrainwood.
He also had a problem with his being arrested while wearing that Brentwood trouser.
So bengeze ngomnqabele mina uma engicela engalwi ukuthi ashintshwe lelo bruko lelo afakwe elinye ibruko.
I wasn't going to refuse since he was asking for lightly to go and change the trousers and wear another one.
I'm putting to you that that's not the reason. The reason is that he messed up himself after he was assaulted. Then you took him again to the place where he resides so that he can change his clothing.
Yayilo engitshela wona ukuthi yena washawa waseyazingolisa. Sona ke isizathu senza ukuthi nimthathe nimise lapha ekhaya ukuthi ayogqokela inye iblue.
La hlala khona umuzi kakhulela siye kanye asange sibuyele. And futhi akusona isizathu lesi esishiwo uyena phambi kwale nkantolo kwamanga la.
We only went once to his place and we never returned there, and the reasons that is provided before the court are not true.
The keys of that shack was what was with his uncle.
Bathi ukheka wa lo mkhukhulo wawuphethe umalume wakhe.
He was not in possession of the keys.
Uthi ngophethe ukey.
Kuyamangaza kusho ukuthi malume wakho ohlala esikhwameni ngoba ikey ayikhiphe esikhwameni.
Well, it's surprising. Maybe his uncle stays in the pocket because that is where I retrieved the keys from.
I think we've got to be adults when we are answering questions. We are in a court of law. We are in a formal institute.
Mangixolisa la.
Yes.
Apologies.
Thank you. And because the keys were not with the accused, that's when you forcefully gain entry into the shack.
Athi ngoba umsolo engawuphethe ukey nafike nangena ngogqeza lapha emkhukhwini wakhe.
Umalume wakhe azange afika ngimazi.
His uncle never arrived. I don't know his uncle.
Ikey ngayikhipha kuyena
I
esikhwameni.
retrieved the keys from his own pocket.
Akuzange uze kuphulwe kasingekho futhi nesizathu ukuthi kungaphulwa.
There was no break-in whatsoever, and there was no reason for breaking in.
All right, I'll get back to that as well. After you broke or you forcefully gained entry in the shack, you had no permission to do that.
Emva kokuthi ngeniphule stapa ningene lapha emkhukhweni nani ngayitholile imvume ukuthi ningene ngaphakathi.
Emkhukhu awuzange uphulwe sasingekho isizathu sokuphulwa komkhukhu.
There was no reason to break the door of the shack.
All right.
And it was not broken.
Thank you. Now we are inside the shack.
Manje seningaphakathi
As you
emkhukhweni.
have demonstrated.
Njengoba usuchazile.
You found a black plastic.
Athi ngithole plastic khona lapha ngaphakathi.
Was it the reason for his arrest?
Manje lo plastic kwayisona isizathu sokuthi aboshwe.
Umangalelo beseboshiwe. Mina ke sengumbopho kwesibili.
The accused, the suspect had already been arrested. I was arresting him for the second time.
I'm getting this. Please be patient. Please be patient. You gain entry. You are now inside the shack. You spotted the plastic hanging.
Nangena manje laba ngaphakathi emkhukhweni usubona uplastic olengayo la.
You did not tell the accused that you want to search the shack.
Anzani nimtshela umsola ukuthi nifuna ukusesha lapha emkhukhweni wakhe.
Okokuqala imvume ukungena emkhukhweni sindike uyena. Okwesibili uyena ochasele mina ocele mina ukuthi umazisi wakhe ngumbheke kuphi.
Well, for starters, he's the one that gave us the permission to get into the shack, and he's also the one who directed us to where I should look for his ID.
Okwesibili masuthulo umazisi uyena futhi ngokwakhe othi ibhekeni umbhekeni la umazisi wami.
When we could not find the ID, it was he that also went ahead and said you can look for the ID here and there.
Actually, who was looking for the ID? Was it you or him?
Ubeboshiwe nobofunwa yimina umazisi wakhe.
He was arrested, so I was the one that needed his ID.
You were looking for the ID, you found this thing, this plastic.
Nanifune umazisa nathola lo plastic.
Yep.
That's correct.
You opened the plastic.
Nayivula ke lo plastic.
Yep.
There was another plastic inside.
Come again?
There was another plastic inside the plastic bag.
Kwakukhona omunye plastic ngaphakathi kwalo plastic.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
All right. When you opened the plastic, was it his permission to do so?
Manje uma nivula lo plastic wayenikile imvume ukuvula.
Yebo, uyimvume ngizothi wayesinikile ngesizathu sokuthi mayithi ibhekeni ila ngisho ukuthi ngivumelekile ukuthi ngabheka noma ngabe kukuphi so
Well,
imvumo
he
ngangithola
had given us the permission because when he said look for my ID, it could be anywhere here. It implied that I could search anywhere, so I had the permission.
All right. So now you found this thing illegal.
Manje usho ukuthi
This life unused life rounds.
ngithole izintambo zebhamu ezingasebenzi. Izithole ngendlela engekho emthethweni.
Is that so?
Anginjalo.
engekho emthethweni kanjani.
How was it illegal?
You said you asked for the license if you possess such a license. According to your answer, you said no. You said no. it does
Uthi
not.
wena nambuzo ukuthi unayo yini i-license wasephendula ethi akanayo.
Yebo inhlamvu zazikuye ngokungekho emthethweni.
Yes, the bullets were in his possession without any permission.
All right. You continued to search after what were you looking for? Still the ID.
Ngiyaqhubeka ke na-search lapho nanisafuna yona yini i-ID.
Yes isizathu sokuba lapha nabo kufuna umazisi.
That is correct. Our reason for being there was to look for an ID.
So, even if usually that thing is done by elderly people, can you look for an ID inside the fridge?
Ungakwazi yini ukuthi unofuna umazisa ngaphakathi kwe-fridge?
Angizange ngithi phakathi kwe-fridge ngangifuna i-ID.
I didn't say when I was looking for an ID inside the fridge.
You'll open the fridge. The television set was not functioning. The fridge was not even functioning, but you opened the fridge and you found the unwashed dishes.
Ayuthe wena i-television yayingasebenzi ne-fridge yayingasebenzi kodwa wayivula leyo fridge
Can you
wathola
keep-
izitsha ezingawashiwe.
Qiniso.
That is correct.
Can you keep an ID inside the fridge?
Ngakwazi yini ukubeka i-ID ngaphakathi efridgini?
Ngayigcina uma i-fridge ingasebenzi.
I can keep a fridge even if it doesn't work.
But he cannot do that. And there was a wardrobe where he was keeping his clothes.
Kodwa akwenzanga lokho kwayene-wardrobe la efaka khona iy'mpahla zakhe.
Nkosi enkantolo angizange ngibeke isizathu sokuthi ngangifuna i-ID phakathi kwe-fridge.
My Lord, I did not say my reason for looking for opening the fridge was to look for an ID.
But my concern, you opened the fridge without his permission.
Manje inkinga enginayo ukuthi uvule le fridge lena ungenayo imvume.
Nkosi enkantolo kwakuyoba kuhle uma imvumo mhlambeni yayicacisile ukuthi bukanda. Kodwa imvumo ithema iza kuthina kuthiwe bukani konke la.
Well, it would have been easier if the permission had been very specific to say, look here and here and here. But then the permission that we got was was a blanket permission that said we could look everywhere.
All right, let's move on.
Go back.
Sergeant Sadiqa was present when you found the plastic.
Sergeant Sadiqa wayekhona isikhathi uthola lo plastic.
Qiniso.
That is correct.
Sergeant Mkhola was outside.
Usergeant Mkhulu wayengaphandle.
Qiniso.
That's correct.
All right. You mentioned that you read the rights of the accused at the time you arrested him.
Nishilo-ke wathi wafundela umsolwa amalungelo akhe ngesikhathi nimbopha.
Phambi komseshi. Qiniso.
In front of the investigating officer, that is true.
When you found this plastic bag containing unused life rounds, you asked a question, do you have the license for this?
Manithola-ke lo plastic oney'nhlamvu zesibhamu ezingasetshenziswa wambuza ukuthi unayo yini i-license.
Qiniso.
That is correct.
When you found them, and it came to your mind that after you were given the answer that this is an illegal item or property, did you explain his rights further? Because this is another offense.
Manje uma usuthola lapho ukuthi unento engekho emthethweni lapho waphinda futhi wamtshela amalungelo akhe yini ngoba
Kunjalo.
kwase kuyelinye icala lesibili.
kunjalo bekufanelekile
That is correct. It was supposed to be done.
nalapho futhi umseshi ubela eceleni mangumtshela
And the investigating officer was also present when I read him his rights again.
So did he make any admissions to the effect that he admitted that these things belong to him?
Manje wavuma yini lapho ukuthi konke lokho kwakhe?
bengazange sambuza ukuyela phambili ngalokho
I did not ask him further about that.
bengikwazi ukuthi wavuma ukuthi irume lakhe lezazinto ezakhe
What I know is that he accepted that the room belonged to him and what was in there what belonged to him.
So in the nutshell, he never admitted, he never made any admissions regarding those unused life rounds.
Kafishane usho ukuthi akazange avume lutho mayelana nalezi inhlamvu ezingasetshenziswanga.
hayi angizange sakhumbula ukuthi wavuma okanye azange avuma
I'm unable to recall whether he accepted or no, did he not accept.
The persons that entered the shack of the accused, correct me if I'm wrong, yourself, are you a constable?
correct
Sadiq is a constable.
kunjalo
So kusho lona wangena lapha kusho ukuthi wena uyiconstable noSadiq naye uyiconstable
And Mkhola is a sergeant.
kunjalo
and unomhola uSargent. That is correct.
Are you aware that all three of you, are you aware? If you are not aware, you must tell me. I'm not forcing you to answer that question. Are you aware that by law, you are not permitted to take any confessions and admissions?
Manje uyazi yini ukuthi ngokomthetho nina nobathathu anivunyelwe ukuthi kube nomuntu othatha ukuvuma isono.
hayi bengingakwazi lokho
I was not aware of that.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Nothing that's entirely correct. As far as the confession is concerned, that's correct, but not admission can be made to
An
him.
admission is admissible, even taken by a constable,
They are,
as opposed to a confession, which is described in our law as an unequivocal admission of all the elements of a particular crime.
I'll revisit section 2199, capital letter A.
Yeah, fine.
Yes. Let's move on, sir.
Asiqhubeke.
Now, in the check, you called in Sergeant Mkhola. Then you proceeded with the business of the day, effecting arrest to accused number one.
Manje lapha emkhukhwini ke nasenbizo Sergeant Mkhola nasenqhubekayo umsebenzi wosuku ukubopha umsono.
kunjalo
That is correct.
So he managed to change his clothes, and the mistake that you have made, change from whatever shoes, Cavella to flip-flops to Cavella. But ultimately, he managed to change the clothing he was wearing.
Manje uthi emva kwaloko kwase kwazike ukuthi ashintshe lo ayigqokile mhlambe ashintshe uCavella flip flop noma flip flop uCavella konke nje lokho ayidinga ukushintsha wakushintsha.
yebo
That is correct.
And for that information, you said it was, when you, first time you met him, it was 1 o'clock or towards 1 o'clock during the day.
Uthe uqala wakho ukuhlangana naye kwaku phakathi nosuku.
yebo kunjalo
That is correct.
Yes. An offense, the second offense or the second alleged offense of being in possession of unlicensed live rounds was allegedly committed in Tembisa.
Manje leli elinye icala lokuthi abe atholakale enenhlamvu lenzwa eThembisa.
yebo
That's correct.
The J50, the warrant of arrest, was issued and effected within the jurisdiction of Tembisa.
Usho ukuthi J50 ke warrant of arrest yakhishwa ngaphansi ke komgango seThembisa.
kunjalo
That is correct.
By law, he was supposed to be detained in one of the police stations in Tembisa.
Usho ngumthetho wekufanele ukuthi avalelwe kwenye police station aseThembisa.
Ngiqonda kanjalo.
I understand like it's like that.
Was he taken to one of the police stations in Tembisa?
Manje wathathwa wayiswa kwenye police station aseThembisa?
Cha, saqhubeka.
No, we proceeded.
No, why not? Because sorry, may I?
Muthi ke cha yini indaba?
Umphenyi wecala mayithi sesihamba sevusumuzo hostel.
Well, the investigating officer informed us that we were going to go to the Vusmuzi hostel.
I'm still covered with it. It falls under Tembisa. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes. These two offenses were allegedly committed in Tembisa. My question still maintains that he was supposed to be detained in one of the police stations in Tembisa.
Umabili lamacala enziwe eThembisa usho ukuthi wayefanele aboshelwe endaweni yaseThembisa.
Akumina bekumele athathe isinqumo sokuthi ayoboshelwa kuphi bekunomphenyi lapha yana umseshi uzazazo siphendulela.
It was not upon me to decide where he was going to be detained. There was an investigating officer there. That investigation officer must come and answer for themselves.
Thank you. I'm getting there. Now we are taking the suspect to phosphorus. These offenses are committed here in Tembisa. Now we are taking the suspect, accused number 1, to phosphorus. What was the reason for that?
Koyini isizathu sokuthi umsola owenza amacala eSembisa athathwa yiswe ePhosphorus.
Kosenkantolo kunomphenyi kunomseshi ebengilalela yena.
I was under the instructions of the investigating officer.
All right. I followed the logic in your evidence. You're the one who effected arrest physically on accused number 1 on the instruction of the investigating officer.
Manje ke wena ke owabopha umsolwa uqala umbopha ngezakhe izandla ukuthi ulayelwa umphenyi.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Was that part of escorting?
Kwaku ingxenye yokuphelezela ne?
Cha, i-escort lapha ngeni lapha angisiza.
No. The escort was not part of it. Where I was there, I was assisting.
So you agree with me that you acted beyond the scope of your employment?
Manje ngizokhuluma iqiniso yini mangithi wena weqa imingcele yomsebenzi wakho.
Uzobe kwamanga lawo.
That would not be true.
Thank you. With the leave of the court, I don't want to be in relation to the wording, the words that we use in court. If you say amanga, it's not polite than aglone qiniso. Do you agree?
Muthi amanga kuyehluka kunokuthi uthi akulona iqiniso ngoba umuthi amanga kunokuba nokubaluhlazana lapha akunjalo.
Ngithanda ukuxolisa kwenkosi enkantolo uma ngizwakala ngathi ngilihlaza. Cha, akulona iqiniso lelo. Hoqisela.
No, I'd like to apologize to the court if I appear to be rude, and what I wanted to say is that it is not true.
Yes, I'll be pleased because we are all Zulu speakers to use the word kuliputa or akulona iqiniso.
Angathawaza njengoba singamaZulu ukuthi akusetshenziswa amagama nje ukuthi kuyiphutha noma akulona iqiniso.
Ngiyawuthobela.
I accept it.
Thank you, sir. Now we are at Phosphorus police station. No offense has been committed there. No offense has been allegedly committed in Phosphorus police station.
Manje sisefosloras akukho icala elenziwa lapha.
siye eFosloras ngesicelo somphenyi wecala.
We went to Fosloras on the request of the investigating officer.
In other words, she did not state expressly the reason why you had to escort her and the suspect to Fosloras.
Mshuthi ke akazange acacise kahle ukuthi yini isizathu sasenza ukuthi nifanele niye eFosloras.
Masithola inhlamvu emkhokhweni kuye wafunakala isibhamu.
When we found the rounds in the shack, well, that implied the presence of a gun, so we wanted to find a gun.
Yes, I've omitted that part of your evidence deliberately because ultimately accused number 1 was not arrested for being in possession of an unlicensed firearm. Let's just forget about the firearm.
Well, ngizange ngingene kuloko kakhulu ngoba umsolwa akazange aboshelwe ukuba nesibhamu.
We are there in Fosloras. What offense was committed in Fosloras?
Manje senila
Ngichazisele futhi.
Can you please ask again?
I'm saying, can we please concentrate on the offenses that accused number 1 was arrested for?
Ake sigcine kakhulu kule macala lawa aboshelwa wona umsolo wokuqala.
Not the firearm that we're looking for. I'm less concerned about that, and I did not want to tackle that part of evidence.
Singakhulumi ngesibhamu.
Mr. Wizard, that's unfair to the witness. He's giving you the reason why, as you say, they didn't immediately lock up the accused where allegedly he was arrested for committing an offense. And he says, because they had found this ammunition, the firearm had to be traced. That's what he says.
Thank you, my lord. May I reply?
No,
My lord,
you
there's
must
a
ask
hand
him.
up.
That's how I
Yeah.
understand the evidence.
That's correct. I want to clarify that. Yes.
My lord, there's a hand up.
From,
The client.
may I approach him?
Yes.
Thank you, my lord, for the indictments. Mr. Buthelezi, I have a reason not to dwell much on the firearm.
So walesa nginesizathu sokuthi ngingagcine kakhulu kulolu daba lesibhamu.
The reason being that the evidence that you gave to the court, it involves other people that could not be called to come and testify about the contents of that conversation.
Isizathu ukuthi khona abanye abantu abafakwayo kulolu daba lana angeke bakwazi ukuthi balethwe la enkantolo ukuthi bazofaka.
All right, let us just move on for the sake of convenience. In Fosloras, there was no instruction from the investigating officer to you particularly to go and search for a firearm.
Efosora sakange kube nomlalo owanikwa wona umseshi ukuthi niyofuna isibhamu.
Kungamangaza lokho ngoba asuka ethembisa siya eFosloras konke lokho ngokuthatha kumseshi ophenya icala.
That would be surprising because all that was done from moving from Tembisa to Fostora, those were the instructions that I received from the investigating officer.
Yes. Upon your arrival at Phosphorus, you waited until Mr. Kininda, Brigadier Kininda arrived.
Mama fika wena eFosloras nalinda wazafika uBrigadier Kininda.
Inkosi enkantolo mele kwazi ukuthi angeke ngifike ngizenzele ngokuthanda kwami. Mele ngithole imiyalelo. So mina ngabiza ithimba ngoba ngazi ukuthi songena ehostel.
I'd like to put it before the court that I'm not going to do as I please, but I'm going to wait for instruction.
All right.
What I did was to invite some officers to come as a backup.
Yes. Then you proceeded to a particular hostel in Phosphorus.
My hostility is a Phosphorus.
Yeah.
That's correct.
All right. What was the name of the hostel?
Why any Kamala the hostel?
Makube ngikhumbulisa kahle iBasuthu hostel.
If I remember correctly, it was called the Basotho hostel.
Was it before Brigadier Kininda arrived?
Why ngakafiki yini uBrigadier Kininda?
Yeah, baba.
That is correct.
Nothing was found in Phosphorus hostel, Basotho hostel.
Akukho kwatholakala hostel eseFosloras.
Kwakungene umphenyi ngime ngaphandle.
I was standing outside while the investigating officer went inside.
But she never came out with something illegal.
Kodwa azange aphume ephethe into engekho emthethweni.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Then you proceeded back to the place where you've been waiting for Brigadier Kininda.
So naya ke lana nafika nalinda khona uBrigadier Kininda.
Kuyinjwayelo ukuthi makube kukhona besikwenza siphinde sihlangane futhi again. Senze lento ekuthiwa i-debriefing lapho bekungaphandle kwe-police station eFosloras.
Well, it is our practice that after doing what we did, we then come together to have a debriefing.
Okay.
And that happened outside the Phosphorus police station.
After debriefing, after speaking to Brigadier Kininda, so where did you proceed to? Where did you go to?
Bakhuluma na Brigadier Kininda nasuka naye.
E-Eraton.
We went to Eraton.
Okay. In Eraton, how many of you went to Eraton? Was it yourself, Constable Sadike, Sergeant Mohola, and who else?
Nani bangake kabaya Eraton kwakuyena Sergeant Constable Sadike no Sergeant Mohola no bani futhi.
Abanye ngeke ngize bakhumbulise kahle kodwa abantu engakhuluma ukuthi ngababona lolo suku uConstable Sadiki no Sergeant Mohola isizathu salokho ukuthi umuntu sasihamba naye wayeboshwe naye sasimbophe sisonke.
I'm unable to recall all the names of the people that were there, but I can only specifically say that I recall the names of Constable Sadiki and Sergeant Mkhola because the person that we had arrested, we had all participated in the arrest.
Constable Munareng, Constable Mapumulo, Constable Jonathan were not there.
And Constable Munareng, Mapumulo no Jonathan babengekho.
Angisakhumbulisi kahle inkosi enkantolo ngicela ingizwele seside lesikhathi.
I'm unable to recall. I'd like to ask, I beg for consideration because this is a long time ago.
Okay. So, but you vividly sure about these three crew members?
Kodwa ke laba bathathu kunesiqiniseko sabo.
Nesiqiniseko.
Yes, I'm absolutely sure.
Accused number one. All right. At Eraton, what time did you arrive?
Msolakala ke manje eRoton nafika ngasikhatsini.
Isikhathi angizaze ngisibheke kodwa besekuhlwile.
I did not look at the time, but it was already after dark.
At approximately after 8.
Ngenza ukuthi kwakuye mhlambe isikhathi so 80.
Njoba ngisho anginaso nje isiqiniseko.
Like I said, do not remember clearly.
So the reason why I'm asking, the handcuffs that you have put on accused number 1 were still there in the position of his body where you put them.
No, uthi ngifuna ukuthi ke ozankosi babesekhona lapha emzimbeni wakhe la umfake khona.
Cha. Kuyoba nesikhashana la umangalelwa esesathu ukuthola ke ngasethunjini so naye ubedla.
No, there was a time when the suspect was given food, so he was eating at the time.
Yes, thank you, sir. That's why I'm asking along those lines.
Ebese ngicela ukuchaza ukuthi ke masiqeda ukudla sasingasekho isizathu sokumuthi simfake ofskonyela ngasemuva ezaphambili.
After eating, there was no longer any reason why he should keep him kept handcuffed from the back, so the handcuffs were moved to the front.
Okay. When he was eating, he was using a hand.
Umedla wayesenzisandla.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And the handcuffs were still in his hands.
Ozankosi babesesezandleni.
Cha. Akubona ubuntu lo ubekhonyuliwe nedla nje kahle sixoxa futhi.
No, the handcuffs had been removed and he was eating and we were also discussing.
You were there in one of the offices in Eratin. It's your evidence that at some stage you went out.
Many kwelinye lama-office ase-Eraton uthe wena kube nesikhathi la aphuma khona.
Hayi. Sahlala ku car parking uma ngikhumbulisa right.
No, we stayed at the car park, if I remember.
That's the reason why I'm saying he was inside the building, one of the offices in Eratin. You went out and stayed at the parking lot.
No, uthi unity yena wayengaphakathi ebhilidini lase-Eraton nanaphuma nayohlala eparking.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Who was escorting the suspect at that time?
Ubani-ke wayephelekezele umsolwa ngaleso sikhathi?
Masiqeda uSergeant Mohola nathi masiqeda ukungena nabo phakathi ebhilidini sesiyazi ukuthi ku-safe siyaphuma ke thina simshiya nabo.
When we knew that the suspect was safely inside the building, we then left them there.
Now I'm following your evidence. He was eating. After he ate, then he got out of those offices.
Angilalela ufakazi bakho uthi wayedla and wayethi meseqeda ukudla ke naseniyaphuma ngaphandle.
Oh, asingaye ehlanganise le ndaba.
No, let's not confuse this matter.
Sidle eFoslorus police station ngaphandle.
We had our food at the Foslorus police station outside.
Not at Eratin.
Kungekho Eraton. No.
So is it still your evidence that in Eratin he was still handcuffed?
So ke so far as bakho ukuthi Eraton wayesafakiwe zangosi.
Ngaphambili yabo.
Yes, but they were in the front.
All right. You can estimate the period or the time in which accused number 1 was still inside the offices in Eratin. How many hours?
Usinike ukuthi isikhathi sokuthi umsolwa wahla isikhathi singakanani e-Eraton ngaphakathi ema-office.
Angeke ngikwazi ukwenza lokho ngoba kwamina ngangikhathele. So angeke ngikwazi nje ukuthi ngifike ngifanisele okanye ngicabange.
I wouldn't be able to do that because at that time I was tired. So I wouldn't be able to estimate.
But from where you were parking or where you parked, from that position, you were in a better position to see the offices where accused number 1 was.
Manje lana nilikhona yena nikwazi ukubona la ma-office la umsolwa waye uqala ekhona.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
So you never lost any sight of the movement of accused number 1 whilst he was kept in that office.
So nanhlani mbona ngaso sonke isikhathi umsolo kuqala.
kunjalo.
That is correct.
Immediately thereafter, you traveled back to Pretoria.
Emva kwalokho wena seniyasuka niyahamba nePitori.
Ngicela ukuchazela inkantolo la ukuthi kube nesikhashanyana njengoba silapha eRathini ngihlele emotweni engathatha ngaso isithongwana.
I want to inform the court that while we were at Eroton, there was a time when I took a nap.
Then uConstable Sadiq uyena ke obebhekile.
Constable Sadiq was the one that kept watch.
All right, let's give you that. I won't say it's a benefit, but you took a nap. When you woke up, that was the time when you had to travel.
Wathatha isithongwana musuvuka kwayisikhathi la inifanele suke inihamba.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
So who went to Pretoria? Was it yourself, Constable Sadiq, Sergeant Mohola, and who else?
Ubani waya nane Pitori wena Constable Sadiq no Sergeant Mohola nobani futhi umuntu.
Ngizofakazela Sergeant Mohola no Constable Sadiq ngizobafakazela. Abanye bakulezinye imoto angeke ngisakhumbula kahle ukuthi kungoba.
I'm unable to remember who else was in the other cars. All I can say is that I remember Colonel Constable Sadiq and Sergeant Mohola.
All right, let's get into the nature of conveyance of accused number 1 from Eroton to Pretoria.
Sikhulume ngokuthwala kamsolo ukuqala ukusuka eEroton ukuya ePitori.
He was transported with, was he transported with your motor vehicle or with the vehicle of Sergeant Mohola?
Manje lapho eseya ePitori wayehanjiswa imoto yakho noma wayehanjiswa imoto kaSergeant Mohola?
Yaka Sergeant Mohola.
It was in Sergeant Mohola's car.
Was she alone as an officer?
Why yedwa yini iphoyisa lapho?
Cha bengikhona lapha phakathi emotweni.
I was inside that car.
The accused was also inside that motor.
Solo naye khona ngaphakathi emotweni.
Umsolwa yebo.
It is correct, the accused was there.
Mr. Sadiq, Constable Sadiq.
Oh, Constable Sadiq,
Hamba nge-BMW.
he was traveling in the BMW.
All right. Upon your arrival at Pretoria, you went straight to Villaria. Am I correct?
Ekufeni kwenePitori naqonda eVillaria kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
So according to the document that was given by my learned colleague for the state, it bears the date, it bears the time of 1:40. Can you
Manje
confirm that?
lincwadi yePitori Constable Sadiq ithi kwaku 140 ungakwazi
Not Sadiq, Mr. Interpreter.
sorry.
The document that, the notice of right that was given to the witness by my colleague for the state, SAP 14A. Do you see it?
Manje lincwadi SAP 14 there, a notice of rights. What did you say about it?
So do you notice the time
Yesibona isikhathi lapho.
stipulated?
Ngisibona kahle.
I can see the time there.
Can you confirm that it was 1:40 a.m.?
Uyavuma yini ukuthi kwaku 140 lapho?
Ngavumelana naso impela bese
I agree with the time.
ntathabusa.
Thank you. That was now the 31st of May 2020.
Mhla 31 kuMay 2020.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
It could be more than 14 hours from the time he was arrested up to the time he was detained.
Kungaba kuthi ama-hours awo 14 ukusuka ngesikhathi eboshwa ukuyofika nalesi sikhathi ezovalelwa ngaphakathi.
bengabali.
No, I was not counting.
It could be because I'm not also calculated. I'm just estimating.
So I nami ngiyaqagela nje kodwa
Siyavumela.
Could
we
be
are
more
in agreement.
14 hours. So you're the one who read those rights,
Yebo ngamfundela.
Yes, I'm the one that read the rights.
and the accused signed, and he understood the rights that we.
Manje umsolwa ke wasayina ngoba wayezwisisile lo wamchazela wona.
Mangichaze kule nkantolo ehloniphekile ukuthi ngamtshela amalungelo akhe nomseshi okanye umphenyi wecala naye wamtshela amalungelo akhe.
Let me explain to this court that I read him his right and the investigating officer also read him his rights.
So the main person who was explaining the rights was the investigating officer or yourself.
Manje ubani-ke kule nina ababili owayemchazela kahle ke amalungelo akho umseshi noma kuwena?
Kwakuyimina sasedlula kaMagebe kuye.
Yeah, I was the one that was reading his rights and we're using the Zulu language.
All right. Now we are detaining the accused person. Was he medically checked if he had no injuries?
Manje uma senizovalela kumsolwa wahlolwa yini emzimbeni ukuthi akalimalanga?
Ebo kuwumthetho ukuthi wonke umuntu oboshiwe abantu abasebenza emasayilini la kuvalelwa khona abantu bamhlolisise umuntu ukuthi ulimele yini okanye unezikhalazo thize na abakwazi kumthatha uma elimele.
It is a requirement for the people who are in the cells to check the suspect for injuries or for complaints because they are not supposed to accept him if he or she is injured.
All right. Let's just run away from the general practice. Specifically on the day, was he examined medically?
Asiphumeke kokujwayele ukwenziwa ngikhuluma ngololu la siqonde ngqo kulolu langa esikhuluma ngalo wahlolwa yini ngalolu langa?
Abelingahlukile namanye amalanga wahlolwa.
No, it wasn't different from any other day. He was inspected.
Okay. It's early hours in the morning. You booked in accused number 1. Do you remember accused number 1 making any statement?
Manje kusekuseni ke nibuka umsolwa uqala ngaphakathi. Uyazi yini ukuthi khona istatement asense?
Cha, angikwazi lokho.
No, I don't know about that.
My lord, maybe agent 40. It's quarter to 12. Quarter to 12. my lord.
Okay, up to 12 o'clock then.
Mr. Buthelezi, on the 1st of June 2020, have you rendered any assistance for the transportation of accused number 1?
Ngomhla
1st June.
1st June 2020. Nasiza yini ekuphelezeleni umsolo wokuqala?
Ngicela inkantolo ingikhumbuze ukuthi sasimphelekezela kusukela kuphukela.
I'd like to ask the court to remind me where we were escorting him from to where.
All right, from Valeria to Tembisa Court.
Ukusuka eValeria uya eThembisa Court.
Tembisa Court.
Tembisa Court, my lord.
I see.
It was the first appearance of accused number 1, appearing on the warrant.
Angisakhumbuli.
No, I'm unable to recall.
All right. Then there was on the 5th of June,
Ngomhla 5 kuJuni,
he was transported from Valeria, I would say when he was at Albertine police station.
why Suso Valeria why say Alberton police station?
Hayi, ngangikhe Valeria.
Wow.
Angekho kulo convoy.
No, I was not in that convoy.
But there's an evidence that you led to the effect that in Albertine renovation was underway.
Khona nje ufazi ukuthi Alberton kwakhiwa.
Yes, ngangasuke Valeria.
No, but I was not coming from Valeria.
Where were you coming from?
Nansuka,
Sase patrol around the area.
we were patrolling around the area.
Oh, but you were present on the 5th of June at Albertine.
Kodwa ukhonayo ngomhla 5 kuJuni Alberton.
Ngaphandle kwe police station yabo.
Yes, outside the police station, yes.
You have never been inside the police station.
Anzange ningene ngaphakathi kwe police station.
Cha, mina ngizange ngize ngena
No,
phakathi.
I did not go into the police station.
Were there any members, according to your observation or your knowledge, that were inside the CSC?
Khona amanye ama-members ulwazi lwakho aye ngaphakathi kwe-CSC.
Anginalo ulwazi lalokho.
No, I do not have any knowledge about that.
Okay. The evidence of Lieutenant Colonel Khadebe was to the effect that upon his arrival, there were Metro Police officers inside the CSC, which was next to the cells where accused number 1 was kept.
Umfazi buka Lieutenant Colonel Khadebe uthi wathi mafika lapha uthola ukuthi khona ama-Metro Police ayekhona lapha e-CSC eduze kwamasela la umsolo uqala ekhona.
They then moved out of the CSC office.
Baphuma-ke kulawo ma-CSC office.
Angeke ngophikise lokho.
I'm not able to dispute that.
All right. So were you part of the convoy that was escorting Colonel Khadebe and the suspect?
Omunye yini abaphelezela uColonel Khadebe noMusolo?
Cha,
No.
So your role ended at Albertine police station outside.
Ushuthi umsebenzi wakho waphela eAlberton police station ngaphandle?
cha.
No.
Elaborate more.
Chaza kabanzana.
Umsebenzi wami njoba ngangishilo kwakusebenza around the area. Kodwa makuphunywa leyo convoy lekhulunywa ngayo bengasiphathiyayo but benga kulezo indawo lezo abangakuzo.
Like I said, I was working that area on that day, but when the convoy left, I was not part of that convoy. I was just within the same area.
All right. It's fine. On the 6th of June 2020. Have you rendered any escort services?
Mhla 6 June 2020 waba nomsebenzi wokuphelezela.
Cela ukukhumbuza ukuthi kusuka lapho kuyaphi.
When accused number 1 was taken to his original home, his parental home at Mahlabatini.
Umsola umethathwa iswa kube ekhaya la kuhlala khona abazali bakhe eMahlabathini.
Cha, angekho.
No, I was not there.
All right. Were you part of the escort service of the 8th of June 2020 when accused number 1 appeared for the second time in Tembisa Court?
Uma umsola oqala eyovela kwesibili eThembisa Court umhla 8 kuJune 2020 wawukhona yini?
Ngicela ukuchazela inkosi enkantolo ukuthi isikhathi seside kakhulu angisakhumbuli kahle.
I'd like to say to the court, it is the time is too long and I'm unable to recall.
All right. Lastly, on the bookings relates to the booking of the 19th of June 2020, which was done by Sergeant Mkhola when accused number 1 was booked out for investigations on the 19th of June. Were you also involved in that?
Manje ke wayingxenye yini yangalelo langa mhlazane ngomhla ka-19 kuJune 2020 uSergeant Mkhola mezokhipha umsola eyokwenza uphenyo wawukhona yini?
Njengoba ngisho angisakhumbuli.
Like I said, I'm unable to recall.
Thank you, my lord. No further questions.
Thank you.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, my lord. I forgot that there's accused number 2 also on the evidence, and to put the version of
Yeah, fine.
accused number 1. I'm so sorry. All right. Accused number 1. His version is that on the 30th of May, 2020, approximately 1 during the day, he was in company of 2 gentlemen whom they were standing inside a particular yard.
Umsola uqala uthi yena ke umhla ka-30 kuMay 2020 wayenezinye insizwa ezimbili and bameme kwelinye igceke.
When they saw this Golf 7
Mabezobona le Golf 7
on the opposite street,
ime kulo mgwaqo ngalena kumgwaqo,
and somebody alighted from that motor vehicle
bathi khona ke umuntu waphuma kule moto.
as they were attracted to the car that they saw. That person came out of that motor vehicle and proceeded to a spicer shop.
Bathi lo muntu masabhekile leyo moto waphuma umuntu wayehamba eSpaza.
Yes, he bought bananas. He brought back bananas and water. Can you comment on that? Sorry. Okay. Sure. Can you comment on that?
Ufuna ukuphala ula ngalokho?
Cha, angeke ngikwazi ukuphawula.
No, I'm unable to comment.
So soon thereafter, I noticed motor vehicles who were more or less 7 in number.
Uthe emva kwalokho wabona iy'moto ezingaba yisikhombisa.
5 of the... May I approach your case now? Yes. Thank you, Madam, for the indulgence. All right. Mr. Buthelezi, accused number 1 instructed me to put this version that when he was approached by the police officers, the Metro police officers, he was taken to his place after he was asked as to who does he reside with. And he said his uncle.
So lokuqala ukuthi wathathwa ngophoyisa la ehlala khona emva kokuthi ambuze ukuthi uhlala nobani wayesethi yena uhlala nomalume wakhe.
Akunjalo.
That is not true.
All right. Police proceeded. His uncle was not found in the house.
Bathi ke azange bamthola umalume wakhe endlini.
He was then taken to the Tabong municipality area,
Wayesethathwa ke wayesa eLithabong.
where he was beaten until he messed up himself.
Lapha afika washaya khona waze wazingcolisa.
Ngicela ukuchazela inkosi yenkantolo ukuthi okokuqala ukhuluma ma.
I'd like to explain that for starters, he is not speaking the truth.
Okwesibili ngiyacabanga ukuthi umuntu mangamshaya ufike kuleso sizathu leso kuyodingeka ukuthi ahlolwe athole udokotela.
I think that if a person is assaulted to that extent, he would require the assistance of doctors.
Let's just follow the version. I appreciate your submissions.
Ngiyakuzwa lokho kusho kodwa akasilalele lokho kubekwa umsolo.
And you have the right to comment.
The witness is responding to your session.
That's correct.
He's got the right to do that.
That's why I'm saying you have
Because
the right to
you
comment.
elicited. You're putting a version to him, he's responding to that version. Please.
You have a right to comment as I've indicated.
Unemvume ke yokuthi uphawule njengoba bese ngishilo.
Yeah.
He further informed me that that was the reason for him to go and change the clothing.
Eqhubeka ke ethi ke isona isizathu sokuthi afune ke ukuyokhumula impahla agqoke ezinye.
Akulona iqiniso la.
That is not true.
The door was kicked open.
Nyongo wakhe ahlela ukuze uvuleke.
His shack was searched.
Umkhukhu wakhe ke waseshwa.
And he was taken further to, he was transported to Phosphorus,
Asethathwa ke iswe eFosloran.
where he was further assaulted
La qhubeka khona ke ngokuthi ashaya.
and demanded to tell the truth
Futhi ke babetha kakhuluma iqiniso
about the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
mayelana nokushona kukaSenzo Meyiwa.
Engithanda ukuchazela inkantolo ukuthi ngalesikhathi nangalomzuzu ebenginommangalelo asikho isikhathi ephambi kwesolami la akayashaywa khona.
I want to explain to the court that at the time and in that minute when I was in the presence of the accused, there was no time when he was assaulted.
So he was further assaulted at Diepkloof police station.
Kwaqhubeka washaya eDiepkloof police station.
Ngizophinda ngichaze futhi ngendlela ummangalelwa asho ngayo ashaywe ngayo. Angicabanga ukuthi bezokhona kuyohlala emaseyilini bekumele ayisibhedlela.
Well, I also want to continue to say that in the manner which the accused says, alleges he was assaulted, he wasn't going to be accepted to stay in the cells, and he would have been taken for medical help.
Yes. The nature of the assault or the nature of the torture concerns the chopping of the accused.
Indlela ke ayehlukunyezwa ngayo ukuthi kumfaka ishophu la ebusweni.
Angikwazi ngokukwenza lokho, angazi nje ukukhuluma.
I don't know what you're talking about. I do not know how to do that.
He was forcefully made to sign a confession.
Twake waphoqwa ukuthi akasayinde ukuvuma isono.
Amanga futhi nalawo.
That is also not true.
So after that, he was taken to Villere.
Emva kwalokho wasethathwa ke useyiswa eVillere.
Ngisacacisa. Umangalelwa azange abekwe isandla.
I'd like to clarify again that the accused was not assaulted.
Umangalelwa ubexoxa nami.
The accused was discussing with me.
Anginomsebenzi ukuthi ngomnakekele umangalelwa.
I had a duty to look after the accused.
Because kuko konke bekuzokwenzakala kumangalelwa bekuzobekwa phezu kwamahlombe ami.
Because anything that was to happen to the accused was going to be placed on my shoulders.
Do you also deny that he was at some stage at Deep Blue police station?
Yaphika nokuthi khona isikhathi laba abakhona eDeep Kloof esipoliseni.
Cha angiyazi indaba seDeep Kloof.
I know nothing about the issue of Deep Kloof.
On the 5th, you said you can't remember anything of the 5th.
Thi awukhumbuli lutho ngomhla ka5.
Saside lesikhathi.
It's a long time ago.
At the moment, that will be the version of accused number 1.
Yiko ke lokho kubekwa umsolo oqala phambi kwenkantolo.
Can we start with the evidence relating to accused number 2?
Asikhulume ngofakazi okuhambelana nomsolo wesibili.
Have you seen it before?
Wakwambona?
Ngiyacabanga kanye okabili.
I think once or twice.
Can you recall the first day you saw him, or the first day? Yeah.
Ungakwazi ukukhumbula ukuthi wambona nini okokuqala?
Ngicabanga ngathi kuse Boksburg ecourt.
I think it was at the Boksburg court.
Can you remember the day of the Boksburg court?
Salikhumbula usuku le court ese Boksburg?
Cha ngisalikhumbula.
No, I'm unable to recall that.
What do you remember about accused number 2 in Boksburg court?
Yini ukukhumbula umsolo wesibili eBoksburg court?
Ngalesikhathi lesana lesipavulele indlela. Bebebaletha.
At that time, we were clearing the way when they were brought there.
Accused number 2, when he was brought to Boksburg court, where was he coming from?
Where so I pick a mesoleta Boksburg court?
Cha angazi.
I have no knowledge.
So, at what stage did you start escorting or opening the traffic?
Manje naqala nini ukubavulele indlela?
Masiceliwe.
When we were requested.
On the 24th of June.
Beg your pardon?
On the 24th of June.
Kwakuwumhla 24 uJune.
Angisazi
Was it in Pretoria, in Boksburg?
Kwakuyilapho kwasePitoli noma kwaseBoksburg?
angikhumbulisa kahle bese Boksburg.
If I remember correctly, we were in Boksburg.
Okay. Upon your arrival in Boksburg court, you said you parked at the back of the entrance of the court.
Manje kufikeni kwenyuke eBoksburg court napaka ngemumva la kungenwa khona ngemumva.
Akusi ngemuva ipassage elingivumela ukuthi ungene ngaphakathi bese sesana ngeparking.
No, it is not behind. There is a passage that allows you to go into the place.
Okay, let me just describe what I know about Boksburg court. It's a court and there's a parking in front of the entrance, the big parking. Are you referring to that entrance?
Manje ke angizama ukukhumbula ukuthi kunjani lapha ecourt yaseBucksburg. Ngathi kune parking lapha enkulu ngaphambi kwecourt.
Kunesango ke ekungena kulo amabanjwa okanye amaphoyisa.
There is a gate through which the suspects or the police are allowed to go in.
Do you remember how many of you who were escorting on the day?
So kumbuti nani bangani ke nani phelezela ngalelo la.
Cha,
I'm unable to recall.
You can't even estimate.
Awukwazi ukuqaphela.
angisabo qamba mawo.
Do not want to lie.
All right. There's something that you said when Mrs. Cronier saw you.
Khona kwakusho uma ubona Mrs. Grenier.
Hayi, angimazi la mama ukuthi uMrs Bani.
I do not know the surname of that lady.
All right, let's just put it straight and say the white lady that you saw.
Asibekise ukuthi umuntu wesifazane umlungu lo owambona.
Yebo,
You remember that?
Yakhumbula lokho?
ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I do remember.
There's something she said when she saw you.
Khona akakusho umenibona.
Yebo,
Yes.
What was it?
Wathini?
nagcwala kangaka yasethusa yini.
Why are there so many of you? Are you trying to intimidate us?
All right. You cannot speak from what she thought. This is what she said.
Angeke kukhulume ayecabanga yiloko ayekusho ngini.
Yiko lokho engakuzwa.
That is what I heard.
Were you armed? Heavily armed?
Nanihlomile yini nihlome kakhulu?
La kule team engisebenza kuyinjwayelo ukuthi sihlome.
It was the normal way that we functioned within the group with which I worked, that we're always armed.
As per the evidence of Constable Jonathan, he had a rifle and a 9mm.
Umfazi yabakhosela Jonathan uthi wayene sibakhulu ne9mm.
Were you also in possession of the same armament?
Nani nawe ke waqoya njalo uphethe lezo ikhali?
I-rifle ibisebova ngihlele emotweni pistol belikumina.
The rifle was at the back, sitting in the car, but the pistol was with me.
Can you recall or have you heard that white lady asking for your appointment certificate?
Wamuzwa yini lo muntu wesifazane mezomcela ama-appointment certificate enu?
Ake ngicacisele inkosi yenkantolo la ukuthi umama lo omhlophe engikhuluma ngaye. Ngiyacabanga nje ukuthi umama bekuwumuntu belapha ecourt ubeyikhulumela nje.
I think the lady that was speaking to us, I think it was just a lady who was just talking.
It never came to pass to know that she was the magistrate.
Wagcina ungazange ukuthi kwakuyena manje.
Kimina bengeke ngize ngicabange kanjalo futhi kimina ubengabukeki kanjalo.
No, I wasn't going to think like that because to me she didn't appear like that.
All right. So there's nothing much you can say about what actually transpired on the 24th.
Ukuthi akukho okuningi ongakusho ngokuthi kwenzekani ngomhla 24.
Yebo.
That's correct.
On the 19th of June 2020, did you see accused number 2 on that?
Ngomhla 19 June 2020 wambona yini umsolwa wesibili?
Konje bekwenzakalani?
What was happening on that day?
So you never reported on duty?
Ukuthi awuzange uze emsebenzini.
Sengicela ukubuza inkosi yenkantolo ukuthi nge-19 zaka June 2020 kwakwenzakalani?
Now what I want to know is from the court is what was happening on the 19th of June 2020.
I'll get into that, sir.
Ngizoza kuloko.
All right. When you were reporting on duty, were you in possession of your pocketbooks?
Uma nike nizongena emsebenzini nani waphethe yini ama-pocketbook eni?
Where do you record all the events that occurred on that particular day?
Manje ubhala phi ukuthi kwenzekani ngalelo langa mhla 19?
Chasisele inkosi yenkantolo ukuthi yebo ama-pocketbook siyawaphatha kodwa kuba nesikhathi la umqashi aphelelwe imali singakhona ukwathola ama-pocketbook.
Well, do carry pocketbooks, but there are times when the employer fails to buy the pocketbooks for us.
But you render services to the public.
Kodwa ngiyaqhubeka ngokwenza umsebenzi emphakathini.
kunjalo.
That is correct.
As an officer, you are expected to record every incident which occurred during the scope and course of your employment.
Manje-ke njenge-officer kufanele ubhale wonke phansi ukuthi kwenzekeni ngesikhathi usemsebenzini.
Kufanele kube njalo.
It is supposed to be that, like
So
that.
in your case, something has been omitted.
Kusho ukuthi-ke ohlangothini lakho khona okungenziwanga.
Hayi ngokwenhloso.
It was not purposeful.
Yeah, we can't. I'm sorry to entertain something that is not relevant to your evidence. On the 19th of June, you can't tell the court whether you reported on duty or not.
Kushuthi ngomhlaka 19 so awukwazi ukutshela inkantolo ukuthi weza noma uzange uyini emsebenzini.
Inkinga la ukuthi angikhumbuli ukuthi kwakwenzakalani.
My problem is that I do not remember what was happening.
Ingakho ngihlule ukuchasela lenkantolo ukuthi ngangikhona emsebenzini okanye ngangingekho.
That's why I'm failing to explain to the court whether or not I was at work.
May I refer to the evidence of Mr. Jonathan?
Ngicela ukucaphuna lapha kubufakazi bukababa Jonathan.
Maybe it will share some light.
Mhlambe kungakusiza ukuthi ukukhumbule.
This evidence was that he was at Moroka police station
Ufakazi bakhe ukuthi babese Moroka police station.
around 6 in the morning
Kwaku 6 ekuseni.
on the 19th. Yeah, at 6:30 on the 19th of June 2020.
Wafa 6 ngomhla 19 uJune 2020.
Cha ngangisemsebenzini phela.
Yes, I was indeed on duty.
So you were also present at Moroka police
So
station.
kushuthi awukhona ke nawe eMoroka police station.
Cha
No, I was not.
Where were you exactly on the 19th? If maybe that can shed some light.
Wawulaphi ke ngomhla 19 mhlambe lokho ngasiza ukuthi kubonakala ukuthi kwenzekani.
sasenza i-crime prevention and free or highway patrols.
We're doing crime prevention and highway patrols.
Where?
La
Along N12.
kumgwaqo u-N12.
Okay. From what time until what time?
So ngasiphi isikhathi uyasiphi isikhathi?
Mqondweni wami nje mangicabanga kwakusekuseni khona.
I think it was in the morning.
In the morning until what time?
Kuyofika ngasikhatsini?
Bakube sinikwe umsebenzi wokusebenza lo msebenzi lo fanele kulaste amahora ayisishiyagalombili.
Well, if we're given that, we're tasked to do that, it must have been for 8 hours.
More or less you reported from what time? 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock?
Nangena
10
nini
o'clock?
emsebenzini ngalelo langa?
Ngo-6.
We started at 6.
That will be your knock-off time will be 2 o'clock.
Kushuthi ukushayisa kwenu kuyoba kungo-2 o'clock.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
So at no given stage, as you have indicated, you saw yourself in Moroka police station.
Kushuthi awuzange uzithole nje ngalelo langa useMoroka police station.
Hayi cha. Ngacelwa ukuthi futhi again ngivulele ithimba elalisuke ePitori liyakhona indlela.
Well, I was also asked to clear the way for a team that was coming from Pretoria.
Can you recall an incident or any movement or transportation of accused number 2 from Moroka police station if you were to open the traffic to Foslorus Court?
Uyakhumbula yini ukuthi mhlambe nacela ukuthi nizame ukusiza umsolo usibili ukuthi asuke eMoroka station aye eFoslorus Court?
Ukuthi kwakuwubani wayehanjiswa ngalelo langa? ngangazi ukuthi umsola oqala okanye wesibili ngangazi.
I wouldn't be able to say who it was transported on that day, whether it was the first accused or second accused. I
Kodwa
wouldn't know.
sasikhona isicelo sokuba susa leyo nqola eMoroka soyichithela
But
simixe Phosphorus.
there was a request for us to escort that car from Morocco State Police Station up to Phosphorus.
But you never participated or you never part of that convoy.
Kodwa awuzange ke uhambe nalezo zimoto lezi
Cha,
esilandelana.
okwethu nje ukuvula indlela bafike la bafika khona sihlobana nabo.
No, ours is just to clear the way for them to arrive where they are going, and then we depart from there.
All right, now at least there's something that you can recall about the 19th of June. When did you see accused number 2 on the 19th of June?
Mhla 19 uJune wambona apha umsolo speed.
Asange sike sidivane nokudivana.
No, we never met.
What car were you driving?
Ohamba ngayiphi imoto?
Yo,
Sorry?
angisakhumbuli kahle.
I'm unable to recall.
So you can't dispute if somebody say you were driving a white Nissan, what do you call it, a hard body.
Awukwazi ke ukuphikisa uma kuthiwa uhamba nge-Nissan white body emhlophe.
Ngingakuphikisa lokho ngoba ngizange ngayidrive le moto 30 minutes.
I would dispute that because I've never drove that car when I was in our team.
Can you recall the car that you were driving then
Ukwazi ukukhumbula ukuthi ushayela yiphi imoto
on the 19th of June?
ngomhla 19 kuJune.
Ngicela ukuchazela enkantolo ukuthi ziningani imoto esengiyishayelile kodwa ngalelo suku lolo angisazi ukuthi ngangishayela yiphi imoto.
Well, I want to explain to the court that there are quite a number of cars that I have driven, but I wouldn't be able then to say which specific car it was that I was driving.
So who was with you on the 19th of June when you were
Ubani kwaye nawe ngalelo langa likamhla 19 of June.
Mangikhumbulisa kahle ngathi uMaphumulo.
If I remember correctly, I think it was Mapumo.
was it him alone?
Why?
Yebo.
That's correct.
Okay. Let me just put the version of accused number 2 because your testimony relating to the incident occurred on the 19th is that much limited in terms of the evidence given by previous witnesses.
Ubufakazi obulethiwe mayelana nalolu langa buncane kakhulu lobulethiwe abanye ubufakazi.
Accused number 2 was arrested on the 16th of June 2020. It was a holiday.
Umsolo wesibili waboshwa ngomhla 16 kuJune 2020 kwakuyiholiday.
I'll just concentrate on the evasion where you were involved, according to him.
Ngizogxila kakhulu ke la wena owawubandakanyeka khona ngokusho kwakhe.
Accused number 2 was in company of Sergeant Mkhale and Mohane and Sergeant Mapena.
Umsolo wesibili wayehamba Sergeant Mkhale noMahane noMabena.
They were traveling with a white Toyota Fortuner.
Babehamba ngeFortuner emhlophe.
Can you remember?
Ukukhumbula lo?
iFortuna ngiyayazi ukuthi phakathi bekhona abanangazi.
I know the Fortuner, but who was inside the Fortuner I do not know.
Did you see the Fortuner on that day?
Wayibona yini iFortuner lelo langa?
Ngangivulele indlela yebo.
Yes, I was clearing the way for it.
From where to where?
Sukaphi uyaphi?
Ukusuka ku-N12 ukufika eMoroka kusuka eMoroka uke Phosphorus.
From the N12 to Morocco, from Morocco to Phosphorus.
N12, does it passes through Albertine, or is it the freeway alongside of Albertine?
I-N12 iyangena eAlbertine noma idlula eceleni kwase-Albertine.
Iseceleni.
It's outside Alberton.
So, accused number 2 was traveling with Sergeant Mkhano and Sergeant Mabena when they stopped next to a garage, a filling station.
Umsolo Sulaiman Sergeant Mkhane noma Bena uma bezoma ngase garage ethize.
Ayi bengekho lapho.
I wasn't there.
That's where he alleges that he was, that's where a call was made, let me put it this way. After a telephonic conversation with somebody who didn't know who he was, suddenly you and Mapumulo appeared.
Njengoba ukuthi ke kube nocingo lwashwa bekhuluma nabantu angabazi wena noMaphumule nabe seniyaqhamuka.
Kusenkantolo ngicela ukwazi ukuthi okokuqala ko N12 akho garage.
Well, for starters, there's no garage on the N12.
I'll give the description of the place where the garage was, or the way the garage is. If you are driving from N3 from Vosloorus towards Johannesburg,
Mama N3 usuke Vosloorus uya eJohannesburg.
the first off-ramp is Spruitview.
La uphuma khona kulo mgaqo oqala usuke ungena eSpruitview.
The second off-ramp is Alberton.
And then musungena ke kwesibili off ramp ingena eAlberton.
There's a bridge, railway bridge. After that railway bridge, there's an engine garage on the left-hand side.
Khona ibhloko ke likaJantshi Stimela emva kwalokho ke kune garage lapho.
According to the description of accused number 2, in terms of the place, is the area around that garage.
Ngokuchazayo kamhla umsolo wesibili ngaleyo ndawo kuseduze kwaleyo ndawo.
Can you say something about that?
Khona ufisa ukuphawula ngalo?
Akukho engakuphawula because angazi ukukhuluma.
No, I wouldn't be able to comment because I don't know what you're talking about.
On that particular route, there is a board indicating Alberton, a direction towards Alberton.
Khona kuleyo ndlela khona ibhodi elikhombisayo ukuthi kuye eAlberton.
The garage that I'm referring to is along that road. It's on
Garage
the side.
engikhuluma ngalo likuwona lo mgwaqo.
That's where you arrived with Constable Mapumulo.
So ila ena fikela khona ke no Constable Mapumulo.
You were traveling with a white hard body.
So ke nahamba nge-hardbody emhlophe.
Usizo salinika belukuthela wayeka uN12 sibavulela indlela singazi nokuthi phakathi kwaleyo nqola bekukhona bani bekhuluma noMabena.
No, we were traveling very fast on the N12 and we didn't even know who was inside that the vehicle, me and
Before you
Mabena.
arrived, oh, sorry, Mr. I'm done. Before you arrived, the first members that arrived was Jonathan and another colored male person.
Kuthiwa ke ningakafiki ke nina kwaqala kwafika uJonathan ehamba nenye insizwa ekhalayo.
Ngeke ngophikisa lokho.
I won't dispute that.
Why you are not disputing it? Are
Yini
you,
ungaphikise ke lo?
Angibabonanga bengingekho lapho.
I did not see them, I wasn't there.
all right. There was accused number 2 was taken out of the Toyota Fortuner and put into the motor vehicle driven by Jonathan.
Kuthiwa ke umsolo sibili wakhishwa ke kuleyo Fortuner afaka kuleyo moto ehamba uConstable Jonathan.
Angikwazi ukuphawula kulokho because angikwazi.
I'm unable to comment on that because I have no knowledge of it.
Mr. Mabena sat inside that motor vehicle where accused was put at the back of the motor vehicle on the left-hand side.
Mabhena wahlala kuleyo moto ngemumva la umsola efake khona ngemumva ehleli ngakwesokunxele.
You were standing outside. The door, the right rear door was open, and you were standing next to accused number 2 when he was seated at the rear of that motor vehicle.
So umnyango wangemumva kuleyo moto wakwesokudla ovulekile na umile lapha eduze kamsola wesibili ngesikhathi ehleli ngemumva kuleyo moto ngakwesokunxele.
Ngiyashwa lokho angikwazi.
This is the first time that I hear of that. I have no knowledge of that.
Sergeant Mabhena was in possession of a plastic which was written Truworths, which was silver, that was used to cover the face of accused number 2.
Can I just get the name of who was having the plastic?
Sergeant Mabhena.
Sergeant Mabhena kuthiwa uphethe uplastic oyisilver obhala ukuthi Truworths ayosebenzisa-ke khona lapha.
Hayi ngicela ukutshela inkosi enkantolo angikwazi lokho.
I'd like to inform the court that I have no knowledge of that.
Constable Jonathan was seated on a front driver's seat
Constable Jonathan wayehleli esihlalweni somshayeli sangaphambili
facing towards the direction of the accused.
ebhekeke la ekuhleli khona umsola.
He then released the front seat of the driver towards the knees of accused number 2.
Manje wayesesunduza-ke isihlalo sikamshayeli esunduzela ukuthi secindezela amadolo kamsola.
Angeke ngikwazi ukuphawula ngalokho because kusengoyimithiyo angikwazi konke lokho.
I'm unable to comment on that because I have no knowledge of that.
And your role was to block the accused person from getting out of the motor.
Jwaye umsebenzi wakho kwakuvalela umsola ukuthi angakwazi ukuphumela ngaphandle.
Ngisachaza namanje angazi lento ekhulunywa ngayo futhi kumina kuzwakala njengamanga.
Still want to insist that I have no knowledge of what is being said, and to me it sounds just like a lie.
Kuzwakala njengephutha ngiqolisa foqisa kuzwakala njengephutha.
I'd like to correct that. It sounds like it's a mistake.
Okay. Accused number 2, after he was beaten, tortured, and chopped with the plastic, you then had a meeting, informal meeting after he did not actually confess that he had a knowledge on the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Manje umsola wayesehlukunyezwa ngalo plastic emva kwaloko nanomhlangano manibona ukuthi akavumi lokho nemthosa kona.
Amanga lawo.
That is not true.
Iphutha lelo.
That is not true.
Azange be nomhlangano.
There was no meeting.
Azange sihlanganyele nabanye abantu kwaye noMabhena azange sihlangane ngalelo suku
We
lelo.
did not speak. We have a meeting with anybody. We didn't gather with anybody. That includes Mabhena. We did not see each other on that day.
uMabhena ugcine ukukhuluma nami ngoncingo angicela ukuthi ngumenzele indlela ngumvulele indlela.
Mabhena last spoke to me on the phone when he was requesting me to clear the way for him.
You're referring on the day of the 19th.
Khuluma ngosuku lukamhla 19.
Ngicabanga ukuthi sikulelo suku lelo.
I think that is the day that we're discussing.
Let's proceed. You then proceeded, all of you, with all these 3 cars. You proceeded to another place next to a dumping area towards Albertine.
So nasensuka ke ngiya endaweni la kwaku indawo yokulahla izinto ekuthiwa ngesingisi dumping place yase-Alberton.
Angikwazi lokho.
I have no knowledge of that.
There are still tanks, 2 steel tanks, and
Kunama-tank enziwe ngensimbi lapho.
there are stairs, sort of stairs, iron stairs or steel.
Kuthiwa kunala kukhona kunama-steps elona enziwe ngensimbi.
Consisted of poles, steel poles.
Kuthiwa ke futhi ke lezi tebhisi lezi sezenziwa ngamaphayiphi ensimbi.
Can you say something?
Khona ngakusho ngalawo.
Akukho engakuphawula.
There's nothing I can comment about that.
Upon your arrival at that time, at that place, accused number 2 was handcuffed from behind.
Athi uma senifikile kuleyo ndawo umsolo sibili wayefake uzankhosi izandla zingemuva.
He was wearing a yellow t-shirt and a jacket.
Wayegqoke i-t-shirt eyellow nebhanji
with the writings Impala Platinum.
kushiwe kwakubhalwe Impala Platinum.
Can you recall that?
Yakhumbula lokho?
Angizange ngihlane nomangalelo wesibili ngalelo langa.
I did not meet with the second accused on that day.
So benge ngize ngazi ukuthi ubegqokeni kuphi enobani.
So I won't be able to say what was he wearing and where would he be and then with whom.
So you all alighted from the vehicles. Then some Constable Mabena removed the handcuffs from behind or from
Yeah, so
the back.
kuma ke motweni uConstable Mabena wayesekhipha uzankhosi abasosala ngemuva.
Then the jacket that accused number 2 was wearing was ordered to take it out, to take it off.
Kuthiwa ke umsolo sibili watshela ukuthi akhume leli bhantshi aligqokile.
Ngiyaxolisa ngeze ngaphawula angikwazi konke lokho.
I'm unable to make a comment because I have no knowledge of that.
So
And I
this,
apologize for that.
okay, thanks. The assault further continues there. And the
Nokwaqhubeka
trooping,
ukuthi ashaywe nokuthi afakwe neshovu.
Ake ngicacise kwinkosi yankantolo ukukhulu kuyithoba. Angikhumbuli ngalolo suku lolo kube khona umuntu phambi kwami obeshaywa okanye ehlukumezwa ngaluphi uhlobo.
I do not remember an incident where someone was assaulted on that day or when someone was being harassed in any other way.
so one of the members was in possession of a container which contained water.
Kuthiwa ngalelo langa ke omunye wayephethe isitsha esasinamanzi.
Which was poured, this water was poured in the front body of accused number 2.
Kuthiwa ke lamanzi ke umsolo sibili wathelwa ngawo la emzimbeni ngaphambili.
Angikwazi ukuphawula ngalokho angikwazi.
I'm unable to comment about that because I have no knowledge of that.
And there was a small device that was used to electrocute accused number 2.
Khona into esetshenziswa ke ukuthi umsolo sibili ke abanjiswe ngogesi.
Angikwazi lokho.
I have no knowledge of
The
that.
participant using that device was yourself, Constable Jonathan, and Constable Mabena.
Kuthiwa wayesenzisa lo mshini kwakuwena noConstable Jonathan noConstable Mabena.
Amanga lawo.
That is not true.
Akulona iqiniso.
It is not the truth.
During the course of that tubing, Mr. Mohan, Sergeant Mohan or Constable Mohan did not participate.
Kuthiwa ke uSergeant Mokhane wayengena ingxenye yaloku kushawa kukaMsola ngaleso sikhathi.
Angikwazi konke lokho okhuluma.
I have no knowledge of all of what you're saying.
Then Brigadier Gininda and another gentleman who was wearing the cross belts or Chris belts arrived together with Sergeant Mohola, the female.
Kwafika enye indoda eyayigqoke ama-Chris band no-General Gininda no-Sergeant Mokholo.
Laba babezwa phambi kwenkantolo ngalolo suku angizange ngidibane nabo.
Though all those that are mentioned today before the court, I have never met them on that day.
Then you had a discussion with Brigadier Gininda.
Brigadier Gininda.
There's something that before I put it as a version, during the course of chopping and assaulting, accused number 2 was bleeding from his nose.
Kuthiwa-ke ngalesi sikhathi ke ezovala ishophu umsola wesibili wayopha emakhaleni.
And Sergeant Mokhane said, yekelani dimani.
Kuthiwa-ke uSergeant Mokhane wathi yekelani le ndoda.
Hayi cha mina angikwazi lokho.
No, I have no knowledge of that.
On the arrival of Brigadier Gininda, there was an instruction. He came out with the documents.
Kufikeni-ke kuka-Brigadier Gininda wafika namaphepha athize.
Azange ngidibane no Brigadier okanye Sergeant Mokhona okanye nendoda leyo sigaqa amabhande ekhulunywa ngalo lo suku.
I did not meet the Brigadier and Mohola and that other man that is mentioned on that particular day.
Wearing braces. Wearing braces.
Why call my crossband?
Yeah, because as I can see, it escapes you that weight. Brace band, what were braces?
Braces. Thank you, my lord, for the. My lord, it's 1:05.
Mr. Musi laughs. I know brims and I know braces. Mr. They say it's 1 o'clock. Mr.
My lord, it's 1:05.
They say it's 1:05.
That's correct, man. Can't we add it? Take the long adjournment.
Okay, 2 o'clock. Thank you. Yes,
God
sir.
bless my Lord.
Yes.
There was a, from Albertine, from that area, the accused was transported by Sergeant Mukhano and Sergeant Mabena. They passed at Chris Hani Hospital.
Uma besuka lapha eAlberton uSergeant Mabena noSergeant Mohan badlula esibhedlela saseChris Hani Baragwana.
Angikwazi lokho.
I have no knowledge of that.
Where they found Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
La bathola khona uri Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Angikwazi lokho.
I have no knowledge of that.
Colonel Rapadu was inside the hospital and he gave the keys to his wife.
Thola uKolonel Rapadu wayekhona lapha esibhedlela wanika ukhiye ebanika unkosikazi wakhe.
Angikwazi lokho.
I have no knowledge of that.
And he got into the car, to the Toyota Fortuner. They traveled with the accused, Sergeant Mukhano and Sergeant Mabena.
Uthola sengena kule Fortuner wasehamba no Mabena no Mokhane.
Angikwazi lokho.
I have no objection and no knowledge of that.
They went to Orlando. They proceeded to Orlando, where they parked next to a dumping area.
Thoke baqhubeka baya eOrlando la bafika bapaka khona eceleni kwendawo leyo ekuthiwa dumping area.
The accused also noticed the ATM machines that were no longer in use.
Umsola ke wabona ke nale machine le ama ATM engasasebenzi.
Upon as they were in that place, Brigadier Gininda arrived with a white BMW.
Bese lapho ku Brigadier Gininda waza ehamba ngeBMW emhlophe.
Cha angikwazi konke lokho.
I have no knowledge of that.
All right. Then after that, the assault of accused number 2, it continued up to the place, and upon the arrival of Brigadier Gininda with his white BMW, he opened the boot and sat on the edge of the boot.
Thoke umsola ke kwaqhubeka kufika kuleyo ndawo wathi mase fika uBrigadier Gininda wavula ibhuti yemoto wahlala khona lapha phezulu kwebhuti.
Cha mina angikwazi konke.
I have no knowledge of that.
Then he took out some documents
Wabe ke esekhipha amaphepha athize
and gave them to Colonel Rapadu
wanika uKolonel Rapadu
for accused number 2 to forcefully sign those documents.
ukuze kuphoqelele umsolo wesithupha wesibili ukuthi akawasayini.
Angikwazi konke lokho.
I have no knowledge of that.
So in the nutshell, this is the version of accused number 2.
Kusho ukuthi kafushane ke iloko kubekwa umsolo wesithupha ukuthi kwenze izinto zonke zenzeka ngaleyo ndlela.
Engakusho nje mina ukuthi angikwazi konke lokho lento umsolo wesibili akushoyo.
All I can say is that I have no knowledge of what the accused number 2 is saying.
My Lord, that will conclude my cross-examination.
No, you're not yet through, sir. You remember you said accused number 2 when he was at Tembisa with his two colleagues. He says there were 3. He says there were 2. He says there were 3, including himself. So a red motor vehicle. This red motor vehicle went to buy bananas And then, whilst they were looking at this motor vehicle, then 7 motor vehicles came. While they were still surprised, then 5 of these motor vehicles, then you forgot about it. 5 of these motor vehicles, what did they do?
My lord, that was accused number 1, my lord.
Yeah.
But I referred to...
No, I'm finishing it because I made a note.
All right.
And then you went to consult your clients. And
Oh, I beg your pardon. It slipped my mind.
yes, I know. That's what I'm reminding you.
If we get back to Tembisa,
I guess we are like Tembisa.
where accused number 1 was arrested,
La umsolo kala boshako.
there were 5 officers who were not wearing uniform.
So una mapesa amahlanu engayigqokile uniform.
The other 8 were wearing uniform.
Lamanye kayishagalombili ayegqoke uniform.
Inkosi enkantolo mayikwazi ukuthi besibathathu laphayana kuyimina qobo lwami Constable Sadiki no Sergeant Mohola abangagqokile uniform nalabo abanye cha ngibazi.
I'd like to inform the court that there were just 3 of us. It was I, Sergeant Mohola, and Constable Sadiki. Those that you are mentioning were wearing uniform and those that were not wearing uniform, I have no knowledge of those.
And the cars were not parked around the place where accused number. They came walking to the area where accused number 1 was arrested.
Talking motor zange spike la babe mekhona besa behamba ngeenyawo.
Angaphazami imoto sibhake masimbona maqondana naye.
If I'm not making a mistake, we parked the car when we saw him adjacent to where he was.
My lord, I think
Yeah.
I've covered.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Right, Mr. Nisi.
I do not have instruction from accused number 1.
Thank you. Mr. Mamalu.
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions to the witness. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Msololo.
Thank you, my lord. Sir, let's go to Exhibit TT1. Exhibit TT1, my lord, is the notice of rights of Mr. Muzi Sibiya, my lord, accused number 2.
Yes.
Thank you. You said you have it?
Sure, nine.
Nginayo impela.
I have it.
Okay, let's start with paragraph 1. What did you explain to the accused?
Manje ke asiqale lapha paragraph 1 wathini ke kumsolo.
Mangomtshela amalungelo akho ukuthi unalo ilungelo lommeli.
I told him that he has the right to a lawyer.
Read paragraph 1.
Oh.
Funda ke paragraph
You have a right, you have the right to consult with a legal practitioner of your choice. Or should you so prefer,
No. 1 is 1. Paragraph 1, under the notice of rights, under
Oh.
that heading.
you are being detained for the following reasons.
Yes.
Dealing in
Read.
drugs.
Interpretation.
Ubosha ke boshelwa nazi izathu.
Okay. You see the date? This was the 31st of May.
Njengoba mhla 31st kuMay.
Am I correct?
Kunjalo.
Okay.
That is correct.
And you have testified that you have found the accused in possession of unlicensed firearm. Is that your evidence?
Uthe wathola umsolwa
Ammunition, not firearm.
I'm sorry, my lord. What is not correct?
That he was found in possession of a firearm. That is not his evidence. His evidence was that accused number 1 was found in possession of ammunition, not firearm.
As the court pleases, my lord, can I just rephrase that, my lord? You remember at the time when you arrested the accused and you went inside his house?
sakhumbula ngesikhathi ubopha umsolwa wangena endlini yakhe.
Ngisakhumbula.
I still remember.
What did you find in his possession?
Wathola nini?
iy'nhlamvu ezingasetshenzisiwe.
Okay.
I found live rounds.
Okay. Is that charge included in paragraph 1?
Khona ke lelo cala libhaliwe lapho paragraph 1.
Cha, alibhaliwe.
It is not included.
Okay. Let's go down to the certificate by detainee.
Awusahlalisile la kubhalwe khona certificate by detainee.
Can you just read it into the record? That
Ngikufundele.
paragraph. Certificate by detainee I, Moses Tesibia. Continue.
Name of the detainee, hereby certify that I have been informed in Zulu.
Yes.
Ngifuna ukusho ke lapho ukuthi ngitsheliwe ngulukaMthaniya
It of my rights in terms of the constitution
Yes.
ngemalungelo ami ngaphansi komthetho
as set out above
njengoba ibekiwe ngaphezulu
by Sergeant Mohola.
njengoba bekwe Sergeant Mkhola.
The name of the person who informed the detainee,
Umuntu okwatshela umsolo
and that I understand the contents thereof.
ukuthi ngiyazwisisa ukuthi kubhalwe na phakathi.
You see, this is contrary to what we have said here in this court. The
Yabona
form
ukuthi
itself, it says who the person read the rights to the accused, and it's not yourself. Am I correct?
Kuyasho ukuthi ubani owatshela umsolo ngamalungelo akho kuwena lo.
Unless if the form is wrong.
Kungayiphutha ukuthi kuthiwe mina angishongo ngoba ngabhalanga. Akusho ukuthi ngoba ngabhalanga ngikushongo lokho.
It would be a mistake to say that just because I did not write, I did not tell the accused of the rights.
If I remember very well, in your testimony, you said when you explained these rights, the Sergeant Mohole was next to you. Didn't you say that?
Uthe wena umfundela amalungelo akhe Sergeant Mkhola wayeseduze kwakho.
Qiniso?
That's your evidence. Yes. Then now I'm saying, when you explained these rights, were you referring to this form, am I correct?
Manje umukhuluma ngokuthi umtshela amalungelo awukhuluma ngale form anginjalo.
Angomtshela amalungelo ngokomthetho siseko.
I was telling him his constitutional rights.
Which are contained in this exhibit.
Akhona la kule exhibit.
Iqiniso.
Remember, this exhibit was submitted to the court because it was explained by you in the presence of Sergeant Mohole.
Angithi wena uthi wena phela wacheza lo ngapha amalungelo akhe ekhona uSergeant Mkhulu.
Kodwa lokho akokunqamula ukuthi kwa uSergeant Mohola naye umtshelile.
That does not imply that that Sergeant Mkhulu did not tell him herself.
Okay, it's fine. The document speaks for itself. It's clear that you are not the one who explained these rights. Let's go down. Certificate by third person as a witness, if required.
Mathe la ngaphansi i-certificate sika witness uma ukuthi yadingeka.
You testify that when you explained the rights, there was a witness next to you, which is Sergeant Mohole.
Wathi noma umtshela amalungelo akhe wakukhona ufakazi wayekhona la eduze ku Sergeant Mkhulu.
Correct, kunjalo.
Yebo kunjalo.
And why is that part is not completed?
Yini
To say
into
there is a witness who was
kungagcwalisiwe
next to me when I was explaining these rights.
nokuthi ke ufakazi wayekhona la eduze kwami ngimtshela amalungelo akhe.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi nesilungu lapha kubhale ukuthi if required uma kufuneka. So bese ngekho isizathu la.
It is even written here in English, if required.
Yeah, we want
But there
proof.
was no requirement.
We want proof that these rights were explained according to what we have said to this court.
Sifuna ukuthi la sibonakale kahle ukuthi amalungelo watshelwa wona ngalendlela wena othi watshelwa ngayo.
But this document does not confirm what you said, does not confirm that there was any witness. It could have been Sergeant Mohole, it could have been someone else.
Kodwa ke la kubhalwanga ukuthi wakhona ufakazi mhlawumbe ngaba uSergeant Mkhulu mhlawumbe ngaba omunye umuntu.
That witness is not the content, the details of that witness are not contained here. Am I correct?
Ngone ke lo ufakazi ayikho la.
Yebo awukho.
Yes, not in
In other words, there is no witness who can confirm that these rights were explained by yourself as you testified to the accused.
Manje ushuthi akekho ufakazi ongeza azoletha isiqiniseko sokuthi ngempela amalungelo wachazelwa njengoba kushiwo.
Ngisasho namanje kungayiphutha uma kubekwa kanjalo ngaphambi kwalenkantolo.
Well, I still reiterate it would still be a mistake if it is put before this court in that fashion.
Yeah, the form says it's all.
Form ichaza konke.
Ithi form uma kubalulekile.
The form says if required.
Don't worry, let's leave it for argument. We're done with these exhibits, okay? It shows that the rights were not explained. That's why it is contradicting like this. Then, firstly, when you were asked by Sergeant Mohole to assist them, you are the member of the Metro Police, and Sergeant Mohole is the member of the SAPS. What kind of the duties you were requested to perform?
When I get nanisiza i-SAPS kwa yiphi imisebenzi ufanele niyenze?
Make ngichazele inkosi yenkantolo ukuthi umsebenzi owenziwa i-South African Police Services ne-Metro Police umehluko kungaba mncane and umehluko khona we-investigation.
I've never asked that.
Yes,
never
mncane
asked that.
uyafana
Let me just explain that the difference between the work that is done by the SAPS and Metro Police is very small.
You know what, Constable, what's your rank?
Constable.
For how long have you been a constable?
Yo,
Useneminyaka emingaki
sesaqala ukusebenza.
My Lord, can I please ask for intervention here? Both they are talking to each other and I'm completely left out.
My apologies, my lord. Okay, let's correct the year of service. For how long have you been working as the constable in the Metro Police?
Over 20 years.
Useneminyaka emingaki usesiphoyiseni?
No
Over
promotion,
20 years.
nothing.
Over 20 years.
Okay,
Let's see what the relevance of that question is.
okay. My question was.
Sorry, my lord, whilst, I'm sorry, my colleague. Whilst we are at it, Advocate Msholole is putting propositions to the witness, for instance, that the fact that the notice of right was not signed by the witness TT1 shows that the rights were not explained. I don't know what the basis of the submission is, whether she has instructions to that effect, because counsel for accused 1 and 2 never put that proposition to the witness. We did not take issue with her at that stage, but you know, we just want to sound or signal our intention to indicate that we don't think that is the correct thing.
Okay, yes, Mr. Chairman.
My lord, I said I will leave that for argument, what is contained in this document, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Constable, I put question, you answer. You understand that?
Ngicela ukuthi manje ngikunika umbuzo uphendule. Uyakuzwisisa lokho?
Ngiyakuzwisisa.
I do.
If the question is not clear, you ask me to repeat. You don't ask me.
Uma umbuzo ungacacile, ngicela ukuthi ngiwuphinde.
Okay?
Ngiyabuzwa.
I understand.
My question was, what was the request? What were you requested to do? What kind of services you were required to perform as a Metro Police officer when you were asked by the member of the SAPS?
Umbuzo wami uthi wawufanele wenzeni? Wawucela ukuthi wenze inhloboni yomsebenzi. Uma ucele ukuthi usize njengephoyisa lase Metro ucelwe abakwa basesiphoyiseni sase South Africa iSAPS.
Umsebenzi wami kwakuyobopha.
My duty at that time was to go and effect an arrest
Nokumvikela umseshi.
and to protect the investigating officer.
Okay. Do you have a written permission authority for that day
Unayo yini imvume ebhaliwe yalolo suku?
That was authorized by your supervisor
Eyayigunyizwe supervisor
that you are tasked to go and perform these duties in Tembisa
ukuthi ke wawufanele ukuthi uyokwenza lo msebenzi eThembisa.
under this case.
Bengingayidingi lo.
I did not
informal-
require that authorization letter.
Do you have it? Yes or no? Did you have it? Yes or no? Did you
Sir.
have a written authority, written permission, written instruction by the head of your department or your supervisor to say you are instructed to go and perform these duties?
Unayo yini? Yebo noma cha. Incwadi ebhalwe usuperintendent wakho ekugunyazayo ukuthi ufanele uhambe uyokwenza lo msebenzi eThembisa.
Cha.
No.
And there is no supervisor who had given such authority that you must go and render the services in Tembisa.
Futhi akekho supervisor owikunika lelo gunya lokuthi ufanele uyosebenza lo msebenzi eThembisa.
Khona.
Is there?
Yes, who is that supervisor?
Ubanike lo supervisor?
Vishan Singh.
It is Vishan Singh.
Okay, how did he give you
Wakunika kanjani ke lo mlayalelo?
the instruction to go and render the services?
Ngocingo.
Umyalelo ukuthi uhambe uyokwenza lo msebenzi?
Okay. No problem. Vishan still is still going to come and testify in this court regarding that authority, whether you had authority to conduct the duties that you conducted on the 30th of May.
Vishan Singh usazosayina inkonzo azochaza ukuthi awuvunyelwe yini ukuthi uwenza lo msebenzi eThembisa.
Okay. Let's move on.
Asiqhubeke.
Sergeant Mukhale had the warrant of arrest in his hand. Am I correct?
Usergeant Mkhalo wayephethe warrant of arrest ngesandla akunjani?
Sergeant Mkhola.
It is Sergeant Mkhola.
Yeah.
And you executed the duties as per that warrant of arrest.
So manje wena wenza umsebenzi wakho uhambisana naleyo warrant of arrest.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And is it correct that when you executed those duties, you found accused number one outside the premises?
Manje umwenza ke lo msebenzi wakho wathola umsola oqala engaphandle kwegceke.
Wephakathi egceke ngaphandle kwendlu.
He was inside the yard, out of the house.
Okay. And how did you know, how did you find out that out of the two that you found, who was accused number one?
Manje wazi kanjani ke wena ukuthi kulabo ababili imuphi umsola oqala?
Ngohlobo lwempahla besitshelwe ngalo abezigqokile.
We had been informed of the colors and the types of clothes that he had been wearing.
Okay. So in other words, you were convinced that the person who was in front of you, it fitted the same description that we have been giving
So
when you
uthi
approached him.
onesiqiniseko sokuthi lo muntu lo phambi kwenu wayechazwe ngalendlela ayichazwe ngayo ukuthi uyena lona imbhekile.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And when you apprehended him, you had no doubts about his identification.
Ngisho ukuthi uma senizombopha naningena kungabaza ukuthi ubani.
Kwakukhona.
There was
What?
doubt.
What?
Yini indaba?
What doubt?
Ingakho simbuzile igama lakhe.
That is the reason why we asked him his name.
Okay, what else did you ask?
Yini kokunye nambuza kona?
Ukuthi uphethe umazisi kuyena.
We asked him if he has his ID on him.
Oh, okay. And the other one?
Manje lo munye,
Basange simbuze lutho.
we didn't ask him anything.
Oh, okay. Why?
Indaba.
Bese sigculisekile ngalo simtholile.
We were already certified that we had found the one that we were looking for.
Okay. Is it correct that after accused number one had responded and had given you his names, you were supposed to apprehend him and take him to the cells?
Manje umsolo oqala umese nimtholile la nambopha wanika nanegama lakhe benifanele nimthathe nimise emaseleni akunjani?
According to the warrant of arrest that you were executing.
Kukhambisana ke ne-warrant of arrest.
Bengilandela umseshi mina.
I was following the instructions of the investigating officer.
Oh, okay. But in terms of the warrant that you were executing, you had apprehended the person, you were then supposed to take him and go with him.
Kodwa kukhambisana ne-warrant lena eniyiphethe kwakufanele ukuthi nithi nje uma senimbophile nimthathe nimise emaseleni.
Ngiyavuma.
I agree.
Okay. Do you know anything called search warrant?
Yes, in the episode search warrant.
Yes, guys.
I know it very well.
Did you have a search warrant?
No, in search warrant? No, we did not.
Okay. How come did you search the accused house without a search warrant?
When I search I'm solo and search warrant.
Sasinayo your search.
We were not there to go and search.
Okay, what were you going to do?
Kanani with that.
Funa umazisi.
We're looking for an ID.
Yes.
Yebo.
Azange ngumtholo umazisi la bekangikhomba khona.
We did not find the ID where he had initially directed me to.
Did you have handcuffs after we have apprehended accused number 1?
Nani said, can you please repeat that one?
Did you have handcuffs at the time when you apprehended accused number 1?
Nani baphethe inozangosi ngesikhathini ibopha umsolo kuqala.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Okay. Did you handcuff him as you had asked him to lie down or to sit where you were apprehending him?
Namfaka inozangosi ngesikhathini imlalise phansi.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Yes. Then what caused you not to tell him to get the ID book and bring it to you? Because you did not have the search warrant.
Ngona ningekho ningena search warrant yini ngingamtshelanga ukuthi ahamba yolanda ipasi lakhe abuye nayo.
Angeke uze umuntu oboshiwe umkhulule uthamba olanda umazisi wakhe.
You cannot release an arrested person to freely go and fetch their ID.
Okay, it's fine. Let's move on for the sake of progress. But do you confirm that those ammunition that you recovered from the accused number 1's house, you recovered them when you did not have a search warrant, when you did not have the permission to search the house?
There are various instances where provision is made for a warrantless search, and it is incorrect to put the proposition that my learned friend is doing to the witness.
Yes, Mr. Shulman.
My lord, I think this one is not complicated because it's direct to the witness to say, do you agree with me that when you recovered what you recovered, you did not have a search warrant to conduct a search at that time, my lord?
As I understand, Mr. Baloyi, it's not the search, that is not the only exigency of the law. Are you saying that there are various categorizations of what you can do when you are suspecting that an offense has been committed or is about to be committed?
Yes.
But the witness can answer this one, my lord.
Well, Mr. Baloyi is making a point of law. Is that so, sir? Maybe
Yes,
I'm wrong.
indeed, my lord. Unless those issues are first fleshed out, where the law makes provision for a warrantless search, one cannot start by asking this question.
Okay, let's proceed.
My lord, I cannot refer this witness to the provisions of the law. I rather leave it for argument, my lord. Thank you. Let's move on, sir. I need clarity on this one. At what time did you apprehend the accused for the first time when you executed the warrant of arrest?
Ngicinga incazelo ke kulokho. Nambopha ngasikhatsini umsolwa uma senizombopha nge-warrant of arrest.
Angisasikhumbula isikhathi.
I'm unable to remember the time.
Was it in the morning, during the day, in the afternoon? We know the date. It was on the 30th day of May.
Kwayesekuseni kuyisemini laliselitsha iliya ngumtsha wendoda ngoseyazi date ukuthi kwengini.
Kwakusemini.
It was during the day.
Okay. It was during the day. And when was the accused detained into the police custody?
Manje umsolwa kwagcina efakwenini ke emaselini.
If you still remember.
Uyakhumbula?
Ngicela uphinde umbuzo.
Can you please repeat the question?
When was the accused detained?
Umsolwa kwagcina efakwenini emaselini.
Ntathakusa.
In the morning.
Oh, okay. So from the time when he was arrested up to the early hours of the morning, you were present?
Ngisho ukuthi ukusuka ngalesikhathi eboshwa umsolwa uze kuyofika le ntathakusa wawukhona wena.
Yebo.
That is correct.
Okay. And when this notice of right was explained, you see the date is written 31 May 140. You see the date there?
Uyabona idate lapho?
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Were these rights explained on the same day or on the following day?
Manje ke amalungelo watshelwa wona ngalo lelo langa noma ngelanga elilandelayo
Or they were explained when he was detained?
noma watshelwa lamalungelo ngesikhathi ke sezofaka emaseleni.
lawa bhaliwe watshelwa wona ngalesikhathi.
The written form was filled at that time when he was being
Did you
given
hear the question?
the Uzilmbos.
Ngicela uphinde.
Can you please repeat?
When were these rights explained? Were they explained when he was detained? Or at what stage were these rights explained?
Manje ke amalungelo wona watshelwa nini? Watshelwa ngesikhathi eseboshwa ufaka phakathi noma nini?
Lawa wawatshelwa eyofakwa emakhamandeleni lawa.
These ones where he was told when he was going to be put into the cells.
So it means you arrested the accused during the day, and for the whole afternoon and the night up to 1:40, that is, he was only detained. Am I correct?
Manje kusho ukuthi ke wena uthi umsolwa waboshwa emini wase ke hlala zonke lesisikhathi azayotshela amalungelo akhe eseyofakwa emaseleni ebusuku.
Kuyiphutha lokho.
That is not correct.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you, because I need to understand this document. That's why I related.
Ngoba ngifuna ukuzwisisa kahle ukuthi kubhalweni kule document.
At what stage was this document completed? Was it
Ukwazi
when?
ukuthi le document iyagcwaliswa nini?
Because I want to understand this date
Ngifuna ukuzwisisa kahle ukuthi le date yani.
and the time when you detained accused number one.
Futhi ngesikhathi sokuthi umsolwa ke wavalelwa nini?
If you can't recall, it's okay.
No,
Ukwazi ukukhumbula kulungile.
ngicela ukungahishwa enkantolo. Uqwembe lolu lwagcwalisa ngalesikhathi esishicilelwe la.
This form was filled at the time which was written here.
Yeah, what was happening at that time? Were you detaining him or he was not yet detained?
Manje ngalesikhathi kwasekwenzeka ke yena senimvalela noma engakayi kuyovalela.
Ubesevalelwe.
He was being detained.
Oh, okay. That's why I'm saying, so it means from midday on the 30th up until early hours of the 31st, that is only when the accused was detained for the first time.
Kusho ukuthi kuswa emini wa umhla 30 wahlala kwaze kwaba esentathakusa mhla 31 kwayimayivalele.
Qiniso lelo.
That is correct.
What was happening all this time?
Bekwenzeka nini ngaso sonke lesikhathi?
Abaphenyi bephenye.
The investigating officer was still investigating.
Okay, no, it's fine. Thank you. Let's move on to the day when you escorted accused number 2 on the 24th of June to the magistrate at Boksburg. You remember that incident?
Can you please repeat?
The incident of the 24th of June 2020, when you escorted, I don't know whether you escorted, but when you were present, when the accused number 2 was taken to Boksburg Magistrate Court. Do you remember that incident?
Sakhumbula ngomhla 24 kuJune 2020 umsolwa eyiswa eBoksburg ema-ofisini eManji.
Ngiyakhumbula.
I remember that.
Okay. You testified about the remarks that were made by the magistrate when he first saw you on the passage.
Uphawulile ngaloko kwasho uManji ngiqala ukunibona
About the fact of being many and heavily armed. You remember those remarks?
ngokuthi nani baningi futhi nihlomile.
I'm not sure how you related to it, but you said the magistrate said, why so many? Are you intimidating the accused or herself? I want to get clarity on that. What exactly the magistrate said? Did the magistrate
Ngifuna ukuzwa kahle ukuthi uManji wathini ngoba ngathi
As a good, please, I don't think that question is correct. The witness has spoken, he never mentioned the magistrate, he spoke of a
white lady.
A lady.
Whom she didn't know.
And secondly, he did not speak of a corridor. He mentioned an area, an entrance that is used by the police and as well as the prisoners.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, my lord. Where you were standing when you say you saw a white lady, was it next to the office of the magistrate? Where exactly was that passage? I need to understand now, because the accused that you were escorting was taken and escorted up to the office of the magistrate. So where were you standing where you saw that white lady?
Nanimephike ngalesi sikhathi nibona lo mlungu lo ngoba nathi ulo umsolo waphelezelwayo wayiswa ehhovisi likaMajistrate. Manje ufuna ukwazi ukuthi nanimephike ngesikhathi nibona lo mlungu.
Uma ungena enkantolo ngegate.
If you enter the premises of the court using the gate,
La khliswa khona kamabanjwa.
that is an area where the suspects are taken out of the cars.
Okay. Jonathan testified that he escorted the accused also up to the office of the magistrate where he was waiting outside.
Jonathan ufazi wathi baphelezela umsolo ukuyoze uyofika ehhovisi likaMajistrate.
Were you with him or you remained behind?
Awunaye noma wasala wena?
Ngasala mina.
I remained behind.
Where?
La.
Sakwele emotweni sayopaka precinct.
We went back to the cars and went to park at the precinct.
Yes, but the evidence of Jonathan is that he stood outside the office of the magistrate.
Manje ke ufazi kaJonathan buthi bona bama lapha ngaphandle kwehhovisi likaMajistrate.
And according to Jonathan's evidence, he said there are police officers, there are other members of the metro who did not want to give their appointment certificate, and those members were Constable Buthelezi, Constable Mapumulo, Constable Monareng.
Uthike ukhona amaphoyisa angazange anike uMajistrate incwadi zabo zokuqashwa koku Constable Buthelezi, Mapumulo noMnare.
Ngangingekho phakathi ehhovisi okanye ngaphandle kwehhovisi lakamanje.
I was not inside or just outside the office of the magistrate.
Did you give your appointment certificate when you were asked to do so?
Why keep any appointment letter yakho mosicela ukuthi uyikhiphe?
Akekho umuntu okwangicela.
Nobody asked me for my appointment letter.
So it means Jonathan was mistaken when he mentioned that there was Constable Buthelezi, Constable Mapumulo, and Constable Monareng.
Usho ukuthi ke wayenze iphutha ke yini uJonathan Methi labo kwaku Constable Buthelezi, Constable Mapumulo no Constable Monareng.
Iphutha impela.
That is a mistake.
And also Jonathan further testified that those officers left and waited into their cars. And according to your evidence, you said you left the premises and waited outside the premises at the Metropolis offices. Am I correct?
Jonathan wathi yena lamanye amaphoyisa ahamba yo linda la ngaphandle wena uthe navele nasuka naphindela le nahamba nayopaka eprecinct.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Okay, so you see the difference. Jonathan says those police officers, including Constable Buthelezi, which I believe it's yourself, left and waited in their cars.
Lamanye amaphoyisa kufana Constable Buthelezi baphu okusho ukuthi wena baphuma bahamba behlala emotweni zabo.
But you are saying you did not wait in the cars, you went outside.
Kodwa ke wena uthanza enhlala emotweni senu naphumela ngaphandle.
Ngichaza ukuthi asingenanga ehhovisi lakamanje. Asipakanga imoto asisiyanga kule ndawo kamanje. Saphuma ngemoto sayopaka eprecinct.
I'm trying to explain that we didn't go into the magistrate's office. We did not park at the parking there. We took the cars and went out to the precinct.
Yes, I know that, but that's not what I'm asking from you. It's the difference. Two statements that Jonathan testified that those police officers, including yourself, went into their cars. That's what Jonathan testified in this court.
Umbuzo ngiyakuzwisisa lokho kodwa umbuzo ula ekutheni uyawubona yini lo mehluko ukuthi Jonathan uthi nahamba nahlala emotweni wena uthi naphuma nahamba na precinct.
Yes, which is which?
Ikuphi kokuyikona?
Which one did really occurred according to your evidence?
Ngendlela wena ufuna ukuchaza ngayo ikuphi okwenzeka?
Okwenzeka ukuthi angisizange thina sangena phakathi ehofisini kamanje.
What happened is that we did not go into the magistrate's office.
Bathe nase sibona ukuthi seba safe saphuma ngemoto sayi precinct.
When we noticed that they were now safe, we then went out with our cars to go and park at the precinct.
No, I'm not asking about the office of the magistrate.
Angibuzi ngeoffice likaMagistrate.
I'm asking about the issue of those police officers, including yourself, waiting in their cars.
Engikubuzayo uyilokhu ukuthi ke amaphoyisa ahamba ayolinda emotweni zabo.
Salinde emotweni.
Yes, we did wait in the cars.
Oh, okay. You did not now go to the metropolises outside the court premises.
Manje kanjani niphume lapha emahofisini amanje naya ngaphandle.
Ngicela ukuchasela inkosi enkantolo ukuthi ngithi saphuma la endaweni zakamanje sayopaka endaweni emetropolis eseduzane nendawo kamanje.
What I'm trying to explain is that we went out of the magistrate building and the yard, and then we went to park at the metropolis precinct, which is very near.
Okay, no, it's fine. I will note that. Let's move on for the sake of progress, Constable. When you saw that lady who made remarks, you were heavily armed. Am I correct?
Uma umbona ke lo sisi owaphawula lapho lo muntu osifazana owaphawula nanihlome kakhulu akunjalo?
Ikunjalo.
That is correct.
And the accused was amongst yourself. Am I correct?
Umsola we nani akunjalo?
Cha, akunjalo.
No, that is not correct.
Where was the accused at that time?
Where laphi ke umsola isikhathi?
Nalaba bebaphambili.
He was with those that were in front.
Who were those?
Go Oban.
Angisakhumbula utho oba.
I'm unable to recall who it was.
Okay. How did you find out that the accused was done with what he was doing inside?
No,
The magistrate
kanje nathola kanjani ulwazi lokuthi ke umsolo wayeseqedile ngalokho ayengene ukuyokwenza le ngaphakathi.
Jonathan bekakhuluma nathi.
Jonathan was communicating with us.
Okay, it's fine. Then let's move on to the incident wherein you went to escort accused number 1 to Albertine, SAPS. You
I
remember
just-
that incident?
Asikhulume ukuthi na Perez Ranja umsolo uqanisa Albertine. Sakhumbula?
Yakhumbula?
I do remember.
Okay. It is your evidence that you remained outside the premises of Albertine, SAPS. You did not enter inside.
Faza
The
ukuthi
CSC.
nahlala ngaphandle kwegcela esiphoyiseni sase-Albertine zange ngene ngaphakathi akunjalo?
Kuyiqiniso?
That is correct.
Is it also evidence that when you were waiting outside there, you were heavily armed?
Iqiniso yini ukuthi mani sekhona lapho nanihlome kakhulu?
Or maybe just to say you were armed the way you were armed?
Asithi ke nanihlome ngalendlela nanihlome ngayo?
Iqiniso?
Okay.
That is correct.
And when you escorted accused number 1 to that place where they went to, you were also armed.
Uthi ke noma niphezela umsolo uqala umeya la eyakhona nanihlomile.
Ngicela inkosi silungise le yoku escorta.
Okay.
Can we please correct this issue of escorting?
Yes, you can correct it.
Besingayisi part yabantu beba escorta.
We're not part of the group that was escorting.
Okay.
Besilapha buduzane uma kuzoyenza ukuthi siyadingeka.
We were always remaining close by just in case we would be needed.
Oh, okay. But you were together with the convoy.
But ananhamba inayo ke le convoy.
Cha kuyiphutha lokho.
No, that is not correct.
Okay. When they were at the scene wherein they were working, wherein Colonel Hadebe was working with the photographer and accused number 1, you were also not there.
Lapho khona uKhanel Khadebe senza nomsolo nani ngekho khona lapho.
Sasingekho.
No, we're not there.
Okay, it's fine. May the court just bear with me, my lord. Just a second. Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions to the witness.
Thank you. Any re-exam?
Just two aspects, my lord. In cross-examination by counsel for accused number 5, regarding as to what happened when you saw the lady who made the remark, can you just clarify where exactly did you see the lady?
Manje khona umbuzo kubuza umeli kamsolo losihlanu ukuthi nani lapho ngesikhathi ke nizobona lo muntu esifazane wayelaphi ke lo muntu esifazane nani lapho.
Ongena egayitini ngizoyibiza i-driveway ngaphandle kwebhilidi.
When you enter into the premises using the driveway,
Yes.
Ngaphandle kwebhilidi.
that is outside the building.
And in cross-examination by counsel for accused number 1 and 2, you said she did not appear like a magistrate.
Uthe wena umbuzo umsolo ummeli kamsolo kano wesibili uthe wena akazange abonakale njengemanje.
Akufikanga na yebo. Yebo.
That is correct.
And just to clarify that aspect, did you go up to the passage where the magistrate office is situated, or did you remain there at the entrance? The entrance reserved for police and prisoners.
Manje siqeqiseke lapho ukuthi wena why noma uzange uye yini la ephashiseni la kungena khona la kunomnyango wehhovisi lika la kunehhovisi lika lemanje noma waphelela la eminyango la kungena khona amaphoyisa neboshwa.
Ngaphelele eminyango.
I went only as far as the door.
Now, counsel for accused number 1 and 2 made allegations of assault against you. Has there been any criminal charges that have been laid against you?
Manje umsolo ummeli kamsolo kano sibili uthe abasola bebekhala ukuthi bashaywa. Manje khona yena amacala nathi sona okushaya.
Cha alikhe ngilaziyo.
No, I have no knowledge of such a case.
Were there any complaints lodged against your employer, the Ekurhuleni Metro?
Kukhona yini icala mhlambe kukhona ndo kwabekwa kumqashi wakho uMetro Police?
Cha.
No.
Thank you, my lord. Those are the only aspects.
Thanks. Maybe strictly speaking, this has got nothing to do with this case. But just for background, have you ever heard of accused persons being transported, let's start with the normal vans of the state, police vans, being taken to court in the morning or being taken from court in the afternoon. You understand?
My lord, I think I missed something.
Has he ever heard of an exigency where when the accused are either taken in the morning to court, transported in a van or the big trucks, or taken away from court towards the police cells or jails?
Wake wezwa yini ngokuthi khona isikhathi lapho abasolwa bethathwa khona ngamaveni amakhulu lawa amaphoyisa eyiswa enkantolo zemanje noma ukususwa enkantolo zemanje kusetshenziswa zona lezi moto bephindiselwa ejele?
Yebo.
Yes.
They are being hijacked by supposedly either their comrades or colleagues or whoever, and the police being shot with AK-47s. Have you ever heard of that?
Wakwezwa yini ukuthi khona lapha okwenzeka khona ukuthi amaphoyisa ahlaselwe mhlawumbe abangani noma abanye nje abantu abehlasela la amaphoyisa aphelezela abasolwa ngeibhamu ezinkulu AK-47?
And those prisoners being released or the accused being released
futhi ke
by these AK-47 wielding Good Samaritans.
kusho ukuthi ke neziboshwa ke zikhulu yibo labantu abaphethe ikhaleji njengo AK-47.
Yebo ngingazo.
Yes, I've heard of that.
Now, tell me, when it is put to you that you were heavily armed, what's your view? When you say you're heavily armed, if there's a possibility after what I've sketched to you,
emva ukuthi ngichazele ibekele lesi sithombe
by AK-47 wielding persons, and you come with a .38.
manje ke uthini ke wena uPaula uthini ke emva ukuthi ngibekele lesi sithombe sokuthi khona abathwala ama AK-47 bayozama ukukhulula noma bakwazi ke nokuthi bakhulule iziboshwa? Uthini ke wena ukuthi nihamba nihlome ngalendlela enihlome ngani phethe mhlambe i.38?
Ya isona isizathu esenza ukuthi sibukeke ngendlela esibukeka ngayo nanoma siphethelezo ibhamu sibuke ngalendlela.
That is the reason why we appear as we appear to people. We're armed in that fashion.
Well, the court can take judicial notice of what the court has put to this witness, because this exigency has even happened in court, inside court. Judges were locked into their cupboards when, so it's 8 months back, six or 8 months back, when AK wielding persons, released persons in the Johannesburg court, shot some of the guards at the entrance. The courts were adjourned. The judges, including this one, were told to hide in our wardrobes. So I'm taking that as judicial notice. Not that it affects this case, it applies to this case. I'm saying that exigency happens. It's a reality. Any questions arising from that? Mr. Gomezul? Well, let's start with your colleague here, Mr. Baloi. You heard of that exigency?
No questions from me.
And the Johannesburg court?
Yes, we've heard of such instances.
People were killed actually on the passage there. These guards who checked on firearms and what have you, 2 of them, ladies, were blown off.
Yes.
You heard of it?
Yes, we heard of it.
And of course, when these prisoners were taken into the Jubet Street, OK Bazaar, John Stutterfords, heading into the parking lot, they were released. The whole truck full of accused persons from various courts, JP, Cleveland, wherever, they were released. You heard about that?
Yes, that's why we adjourn at 3:30 in this matter to avoid such situations.
Yes, Mr. Ngomezulu, do you know anything about what this court is saying?
My Lord, I've never heard.
You have never?
It's only
Where do
one
you practice?
incident,
Where do you practice?
but it's only one incident that I remember in Joburg, where the prosecutors were forced to go on top of the roof
One incident.
by the families of the accused. That's the only one that I know.
Mr. Mnisi, you are a prosecutor. You have never been told to lie inside your cupboard.
I know of the incident, but the problem for a special can be no match to the kid for seven.
Yeah, I think so too. Mr. Ngomalo,
Thank you, my Lord. I've heard about such incidents.
Mr. Msholola?
My lord, no, at least no one was forced to make a statement under those circumstances.
No, Mr. Msholola, you're an officer of this court. You've got to answer with integrity and honor. It's not a joke.
Oh, my lord, I haven't had any
And
incident.
it has nothing to do with making a statement.
Thank you, my lord.
Yeah, okay. So these uniforms, when they say you are heavily armed, is that your normal uniform?
Manje lezi uniform lesenigqoka enigqokayo
No comment.
manje uma nigqoke niphethe izikhali ezinjengalezo injwayelo yokugqoka leyo uma nisemsenzini.
Yebo.
That is correct, my lord.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
So ungahamba ke.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
As you go, please, my Lord, may we adjourn until tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, we've agreed with my colleagues that we'll continue tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, tomorrow 10 o'clock.